think it's going to be a struggle to stream this, you know, flat out now for 7 hours, but we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. I'm going to pin this. Yeah, so what's happened now is that they've... Let's close this down on my phone. They've now just made it so that the session's going to go all the way through until the evening with no lunch break. The thing is, though, a lot of the teams are swapping out their drivers, so they still need time to do that. So, Labato, how you doing? Cool. So yeah, another drain cover. I didn't have drain covers coming off at Bahrain in my bingo sheet in 2024, but hey. Perez just traipsing round on the racing line. I mean, he's still just... Will another drain cover break? I mean, I can't rule it out. I can't rule it out. So the lunch break was meant to be in 2 hours, which would put them at 5 hours 14. I wonder if they'll leave like Lewis and the drivers like Perez in for like another half an hour so they can get a bit more running that they lost before doing the driver swap. Oh, there's Ocon, yeah. God, that Alpine. I don't know how anyone thinks that Alpine is going to be quicker than the Racing Bull. I really don't. That's mind-boggling for me. Um, so we need to add to the race notes. Day 3 has started. Yeah, it actually started 2 hours ago, but there was a massive delay, red flag, because of another drain cover breaking off. So it actually started 2 hours ago. So yeah, we're well into day 3 now. Although technically, based on the time, we're only an hour in because they've added extra time on. Well, it's at Bahrain. There's never been an issue with a drain cover at Bahrain before. And obviously this isn't a street circuit, so it's a different type of drain. It's because of these new cars is the problem. We've moved to ground effect cars, so the downforce is generating that suction under the car, and I guess it's just, you know, they're so powerful now that they were running wide over a curb. They were that they probably shouldn't have been there, and it's pulled up a drain cover. But it pulled the same drain cover up yesterday, so for it to happen once is, you know, okay. But they obviously didn't fix it well enough. I have no idea where Aston Martin place. I really, really don't. I don't know if they're like the second fastest team or the fourth or fifth. I can't work it out. Nah, I wouldn't say there's been any big surprises. I feel like likely, we don't know, but likely Red Bull are the fastest car based on what we've seen. I wouldn't say there's been any huge surprises though. Not really. Teams don't, you know, don't always commit to showing off too much during testing, so it's kind of hard to gauge. Well, maybe Lovato, yeah. They already know it's going to run badly, so they're like, well, we may as well put paint on it. We're going to be at the back anyway. Show the live feed of F1. What are you talking about, Trust? I can't show you the broadcast. I can't show you the footage. Are you mad? No, Alpine have been pretty good over the last couple of years. They had a bad year last year, but the year before they were doing pretty well. They were on an upward trajectory, shall we say. But last year they fell off. And this year, I mean, like, listen, again, we don't know where they stand, but they're just, they don't look good. Yeah. That is a copyright issue, my man. I can't just live stream the real feed. People do it, but those people are idiots. Because that's how you get your channel banned. Yeah, another day, another drain cover. Ruining the running. It's ruined the whole schedule, really, because like I say, now they've had to cancel lunch. What about for all the mechanics? So the mechanics just don't get lunch now? Surely that's against working conditions, no? Everyone needs a break and a lunch hour, surely. That's got to be against some sort of working rule. Surely. SP inlet is a side pod inlet. It's where the air goes into the side pod. In fact, I'm going to change these. Hmm. No, it does have a vertical inlet as well. We don't know exactly what it is. Could be an S duct, which S ducts are ducts that sort of take air in, energize it, and send it out the back of the car. But we do think that vertical inlet is cooling as well. They've got quite a lot of cooling on that car. Yeah, they've got the two. There was actually I don't know if I saved it on Twitter. There was a really good image of that. It wasn't showing the inlets, which we know are at the side of the head covers. It was showing where they exit because they had the bodywork off, and it was showing that they were doing some cooling in that engine cannon and then exiting via that slot gap. And so I don't know if I've got it. I don't know if I bookmarked it. No, I didn't. I don't know. But yeah, it just showed how good, like what that what that entry by the head cover was actually doing. I think what they've done is they've just maximized the areas. So they've reduced the side pod inlet. They've got a vertical inlet. They've got that tiny inlet to maximize the airflow around that area. And then they've added some extra cooling on that to make up for that and changed around where some of the cooling goes. And that just maximizes the airflow around the side pods. And it must just be a better solution for them to have that cooling in those cannons because it doesn't impact performance as much as having a wider side pod inlet. Ultimately, though, the parts of the car that make these cars quickest are the parts we can't see. The way the diffuser works with the floor, the whole floor and turning vanes, and that's where Red Bull have the most advancement on the other teams, I think. All the aero and the parts we can see just complement that. Helmut Marko estimates Red Bull have 0.3 of a second advantage over the other teams. Now, I will say this. Last year, Red Bull got pole over Ferrari by 0.3 at the Bahrain circuit. If they're 0.3 ahead now, again, that means that Ferrari have taken a step, but so have Red Bull. I actually think they'll be further ahead. But we'll see. Yeah, listen, Adrian he's just... I mean, he's a god. I think what impresses me with some of the teams, that W15 has looked really solid, but there are times when it looks like the rear is very loose when Lewis is out there. He might be trying different things. The Ferrari looked really loose on the first day, but since then, it's looked really dialed. It looks like they've really got on top of it. So, yeah. Oh, Hamilton's on the C5. The C5 tyre. Oh, and he's gone wide already into turn 1. Ruined. Bailed on that lap. Ruined. Yeah, Hamilton's not looking that confident in the car. Just a tiny inside right lockup from Lewis, but it was enough to make him run wide. Morning, Ron. There is, yeah. I think it's 35 tyres that they get. There is an allowance, and the teams get to choose how many of each compound that they want to bring to the test. All the teams brought different amounts of different tyres. This is an official thing. It's a website called F1 Feed, but this isn't the one I'll be using for the actual race weekends. I'll be using a different one for the race weekends. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'll be using for the race weekends. If I can find it. No, maybe not. It's not working. Why is that not working? Hold on. No, that's not the one. Anyway. Yeah, everyone's back on track now. The session is going to go through all the way until the evening now. Hamilton's down on Sainz when he's 2 compounds softer. Oh, that's not good. Again, we don't know fuel and all that, but that is not good. He's on a compound 2 steps softer, and he's slower. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. I appreciate we don't know the engine modes and stuff, but... No, because you need the battery, Rex. You don't go for a send and then another send because you recharge the battery. I think you might have a bit more fuel on board. Morning, Spec. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, so Anthony Davison was talking about this. The teams all have simulations that they run based on the other team's long runs and stuff. They have simulations that can kind of extrapolate what sort of fuel loads teams were running. Because what you can do, if a team does 20 laps, you don't know how much fuel they're running, but you know the minimum they'd have to run, right? If a team does a long run of 25 laps, you know, well, actually, we know they have to have X amount of fuel on board. And based on that, you can get an idea. But you don't know engine modes and things like that. You can just... But then they can look at speed down the straight, kph down the straight, and say, okay, well, they're probably maxed out or they're not. And the teams have very complicated algorithms to look at all that data. So they'll have a pretty good picture by now of where they sit in the pecking order. They're not going to say it, but they'll have a pretty good idea of where they sit. You asked this exact same question yesterday, Ahmed. Are Mercedes bad again? You said you asked this yesterday. I'm sure you did. Honestly, we don't know. That lap wasn't good from Lewis on the C5 tyre. It was 0.7 slower than a car on the C3. Wasn't good. They've looked pretty good so far this week, but haven't looked great this morning. I'll say that, so... Oh, this thing has stopped. Hold on. There we go. I think Hamilton's actually still out on that C5 tyre. I think he's still out there. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the car looks good. It looks drivable, but perhaps not actually that fast. Yeah, I don't know. Lando's out on the mediums. Most teams running mediums. However, the mediums that they're running now across the mediums across all compounds, they're actually the soft tyre for next weekend at this circuit. So these C3s are actually the soft tyre for next weekend. The C5 that Hamilton was running isn't used at this circuit in the race weekend, nor is the C4. It probably is, Aribos, because like I say, they don't use it for the track, so it might overheat, it might be too abrasive. It might be. But Sainz ran the C4 yesterday pretty successfully, but that was in cooler conditions. Hamilton's pitted now, so he did a few laps on that C5 and then pitted. Lance Stroll, purple in first sector, but then pretty slow in the second. Hmm, 0.7. 0.7. Mm. Yeah, that's great, that, Carl. It's good. So, where are we at? Sainz, 20 laps, Perez 19, Hamilton 16. Stroll's done 20, he's looking pretty solid. Magnussen's got the most laps on 22. Ricciardo's got 26 laps. So, so they reckon half an hour to 45 minutes to change over a driver. So, I mean, they've taken away the lunch hour, but teams, I don't see the benefit in taking away the lunch hour when teams are going to have to spend half an hour, 45 minutes changing their drivers over anyway, and they were going to do that in the lunch hour. It just seems pointless to me. It just seems pointless. You've taken away the lunch hour, but teams were going to use that to now they're going to change over their cars in 35, 40. They're still going to lose still the same amount of time. Because most people are running two drivers today. Oh dear. Oh yeah, Adler for sure. I reckon Alpine are shitting themselves because they look terrible. The more I see of the Mercedes, the more I am actually concerned that they're not very quick. I think it's a better car. It's a more drivable car. But I'm starting to think that it's not a quick car. At least at the minute. The more I see, the more I am concerned about Mercedes. McLaren, I'm just unsure about. Listen, Lance Stroll, I think, needs a good season. We've seen snippets of Lance Stroll have really good races, though, haven't we? There's been times in the wet where he's had really good races. And we look and we go, wow, he's actually decent. And then he'll just be classic Lance Stroll for 5 races, and then we're like, yeah, okay, he's not very good. He just needs a good season just to show everyone that he deserves to be there. I mean, he doesn't really have anything to prove because, you know, his dad runs the team, so I think his position is safe. Unless his dad is a savage. I don't think that McLaren is full of fuel. I don't think it's light on fuel, but I don't think it's brimmed like the Ferrari is. Just watching this Norris on board now. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's on medium-ish fuel. It's not brimmed like the Ferrari. Do I think any teams are sandbagging? Depends. Right. No, because sandbagging means they've got pace and they're intentionally not showing it, and I don't think that's the case for anyone. I don't think any of the top teams have like maxed out their engines yet, but I don't think any of them are sandbagging. I think they're all just going about their business, doing what they need to do. Yeah, do you like that? The old WhatsApp button. I can't believe they made such a big deal about that WhatsApp button, Shock. I mean, it's like it's some sort of... there we go. Maybe I'm just getting old. It's just the radio button, Eddie. But there's some partnership with WhatsApp, and so they've been making a big deal out of it. The radio button on the wheel is now a WhatsApp icon. That's it. It doesn't use WhatsApp. It's just the button for communications. It's just the button for the radio has got a WhatsApp icon on it. That is literally it. But they made like a deal, a bit of a deal about it being, like a marketing tie-in. You might have noticed when they did their car reveal, the cover over the car had WhatsApp logos all over it. And apparently, they did the initial reveal, taking the cover off, on WhatsApp. Which is why when we saw the reveal on YouTube, the cover was already off the car. Because they did the actual reveal on YouTube. On WhatsApp. Let's watch this onboard of Esteban Ocon. Misses the apex in turn 1. Car looked like it understeered a little bit onto the curb on the exit of turn 1 and 2. Wide entry into turn 4. It feels like he has to really wait on the throttle. Yeah, he doesn't look like it's got good turn in this Alpine at all. Well, yeah. Going into turn 11. I mean, a little bit of oversteer. See you after, Eddie. Ocon is currently 1.7 seconds down on the C3, but a personal best middle. Little bit of a snap going into 12. Well, 13, actually. And then 14, 15. Yeah. I mean... Would it surprise anyone if the little notification came up? Esteban Ocon under investigation by the FIA. Why? Just being a dick. So, I've mentioned this a few times, but I didn't know this was the reason. So, Saudi Arabia race and Bahrain are taking place on a Saturday this year. And the reason for that is, which would be the 11th of March? The 10th of March. Ramadan starts on the 10th of March. So they wanted to get Saudi Arabia in before Ramadan starts. So they moved Saudi Arabia to the Saturday and then qualifying on the Friday. But the FIA actually have a rule that there must be 7 days between races. I didn't know that rule existed. And that's why they also moved Bahrain forward by a day. So that's why both of the two races. I knew that both of them were on a Saturday, and I knew it was because of Ramadan. But I didn't know they had a rule to say that they can't have races. There has to be a minimum of 7-day gap. So that's interesting. Yeah. Ricardo not into it yet. Well, he's been out. He's doing laps, but they're just doing their own program. He's not been doing any performance runs. Well, yeah, 2 races now being on a Saturday. It's hard to judge, though, because the first race, I think, will always get more view time, right? Because it's a new season, people want to see what's happening. So that's logically going to get more viewing, which could skew that data, Aribos, but yeah. They also have data from Vegas being on a Saturday, but again, interest in Vegas because it was the first time they've been there, so... Morning, Sponge. For those of you watching on YouTube, I appreciate you. Hit that like button. It does help me. For those of you watching on Twitch, be sure to also like and all that jazz. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. That Hamilton time on the C5 has concerned me for Mercedes. Yeah, we don't know how much he was got, engine mode, but he looked like he was pushing the car, and he's 7/10 off despite being on a tire that's 2 steps softer. Now, admittedly, that tire might be too soft for this track. I don't know. And he did do a few laps, so he wasn't completely low on fuel, but... it's concerning. Well, we've got a couple of early races in the beginning part of this season. So... we've got normal races for this year. We've got 3 o'clock Grand Prix for Bahrain, for UK this is, and a 5 o'clock Grand Prix for Saudi Arabia. But then we have Australia, which is 4 o'clock in the morning for UK, and Japan, which is 6 o'clock in the morning for UK. So we're actually getting some of those awful UK ruiners out of the way pretty early on. And then pretty much all of them for the UK are normal times then. Until you get to the end of the year where US and Mexico are later in the day, and then Vegas is obviously early in the morning UK time. So this year we actually get 2 races back-to-back weekends, Australia and Japan, that are really early in the morning. So, yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to cover qualifying for Japan because I might not be here for that, but I will try and be here for the race. We'll just have to see. Yeah, I'm not convinced Mercedes are going to be challenging the front 3. I've now decided that based on what I've seen over the last few days. Ferrari look to have dialed their car in, but Mercedes still haven't. I think the first few races are going to be they could be very rough for Mercedes. Well, they didn't make a very big deal, Jamie, about explaining why they were on Saturdays, and they didn't really make a big deal about letting people know. I think they should be shouting it from the rooftops, really, because most people won't be aware unless they look at the schedule, which I can't imagine that many people do. Hi, Liam. Good morning to you. Yeah, I had a good evening. Played some Counter-Strike last night. Had a lovely time. By the time I got to sleep, though, it was like 1 o'clock. Because I struggled to get to sleep last night for whatever reason. And then my alarm went off at 6, but ironically, I got out of bed quite easily. Yeah. Right, Hamilton's back out on the C3 tyre now. I'm watching this on board with Lewis, trying to get an idea of sort of if he's pushing or not. Oh, he's bailed out of it already. Okay. Well, that's that lap over. He looked all right through the first 2 corners, but... If you're watching the TV feed, can you see what I mean about the uniforms being a different shade of green to the actual car? It's annoying, isn't it? I'm not really sure what to make of McLaren's pace. I can't decide if McLaren's pace is good or not. I really can't. I don't think McLaren have looked bad or anything, but it's really hard to judge where McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin and Mercedes are relative to each other. I think that's the big question mark. Red Bull are definitely in the lead. There isn't much doubt in my mind about that. It doesn't seem to be any doubt in anyone else's mind. Everyone believes Red Bull are ahead by a ways. So, Adler and Alien Sky, you followed a while ago, and I missed that because my notifications weren't on. And I apologise, but thank you. Well, this is different from day to day, Gabriel. On the first day, the car looked like a bit of a handful, but then when Lewis got in, I felt like he was pushing it, and it looked pretty decent. This morning, I felt as though the Mercedes hasn't looked great in Lewis's hands. I feel like he's been... The rear's been a little bit unstable, but as a whole, over the course of the 3 days, I felt like Lewis has been able to push a lot more. I've seen him leaning on the car through the corners, which is something he couldn't do last year. And both George and Lewis have said that the car's much nicer to drive and they can rely on it more. So they're definitely able to attack corners more. But whether that's fast or not, you know, I just can't judge at the minute if the car's quick. Because I simply don't know. I just don't know. Perez goes a little bit quicker, 2/10 down on Carlos Sainz's time. The difference is, let's just say, for argument's sake, even though I don't think it is, let's say these are representative times from Red Bull and Ferrari have a 2/10 ahead. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that was the case. Well, they're 2/10 ahead of Perez. Max would have another 0.2 in his hand. 1,000%. But I don't think... Corin, thank you very much for the sub. I don't think they are actually ahead of Red Bull. I still think Red Bull are ahead. That's my gut instinct. Red Bull are ahead. I think, you know, we don't know fuel modes, we don't know engine modes, but like I was saying earlier, all of the teams have simulations where they try and work out what the teams are running. If a team's running just on 30 laps, the teams know how much fuel they have to at least have in the car. And teams will see the speed traps and they will have simulations that will look at all this data and go, okay, well, we believe... if it all filters out, this is where we are, okay? And all of the talk from the pit lane, from Aston Martin, from McLaren, from Mercedes has been that they are away behind Red Bull. So these are the people that have simulations that can do what we can't from watching. And they all believe that they're a step behind Red Bull. So who am I to say, no, they're wrong? I mean, they've got all the data... or, well, they believe they have all the data. They've got simulations. They're not necessarily going to be 100%. There is a chance Ferrari could be there or thereabouts. I think that, from what I've seen, the only team I believe at the minute that has a chance in my head of matching Red Bull is Ferrari. The good thing is... Super Kubus, is that Ferrari were quick last year in qualifying, but they weren't as good in the race. This year, their race pace in testing seems to have been really good, really consistent. The DEG seems to be a lot better. So, I think they would be a lot quicker in the race this year than they were last year. The other good thing for Lewis is, if Mercedes are performing well, brilliant, he can have a fun year. If Ferrari are performing well, excellent, because he's going there next year. So, it's almost a win-win for him. Yeah, that Sauber's horrible. I don't like it. Yeah, that's my concern. It's not producing good lap times, so... I mean, I hope that they've just got the engine turned down. I don't know. I don't even know what the point of it would be right now, though. Like, what's the point of not putting your engine up and opening the tanks? Like, if you open the tanks and go for it, it's not like teams can do anything about how quick you are. You know, what's the point? Do you know what I mean? What's the point of hiding any pace? There was talk over the winter that Mercedes found half a second on their car from last year, right? But if that's true, they were half a second behind Red Bull last year, and Red Bull are going to have made a leap forward. So realistically, there's no net gain, is there? Because they've moved their car forward, but then Red Bull moved it even further. They moved the goalposts. So, Lewis back out on track, C3s. I want to see another onboard from the Mercedes. I'll say this, I like the way that the Mercedes looks on track. I actually like the livery out on track. I don't know what you guys think. This is definitely a higher fuel run for Lewis. You can see by the way he's coasting into corners. Oh yeah, Bunny, that's actually a really easy question. Ferrari is my favourite livery. Alpine is by far my worst livery. I hate the Alpine with a passion. I think the Alpine is one of the worst liveries I've ever seen in my life. I hate it so much that I wish we could burn it with fire. Well, yeah, this was the concern. Andrea Stella from McLaren was concerned last year because he was worried that Red Bull didn't do any development on their car really last year. So he was worried that they had a lot in spare. And from what he said, he says, based on what they've done with the car this year, they've been working on this for a long time. And that was the concern. They were so far ahead last year that the concern was that they would be able to just work on the 2024 car. And that looks like that's exactly what they've done successfully. And so, you know, I think ultimately they've done another good job. This is what we can't forget, though. There's been rumours that they're bringing a much updated side pod design to Japan. And that's 4 races in. So imagine if they're ahead already now and they're bringing a faster version of the car in 4 races. So I hope that's not the case. We need some sort of hopium. No, I agree, Dan. I don't think any team's running, you know, high engine modes, like high engine modes. I don't. I think they're just, you know, doing their own plan. What the thing is, what they'll do is they'll run let's say they've got however many kilograms. I actually don't know how many kilograms is in a full fuel tank. I'd have to look that up. But let's say they've got 10 kilograms. No, 10 kilograms I think would be qualifying. Let's say they've got 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms of fuel, right? 30, whatever it might be. And let's say their engine, they're running it on 80%, let's say. They will have a simulation or, you know, some complicated math that will tell them, okay, based on what lap time we did on this fuel load and this engine mode, this will roughly be what that would have been if we were, you know, on full fuel or low fuel or full engine mode or what have you. So they don't always need to run full engine. However, I do think at some point they're going to need to run full engine mode to make sure that everything's okay with the engine. But at that point, they'll probably put more fuel in the car because then it keeps disguising it, doesn't it? Like I say, I don't really understand why they need to at this point, but that's why I wasn't far off. I said 100. 110, there you go. I need to check this. I'm not sure if the maximum amount of fuel is in the rules. There is a rule about fuel flow, as in you can only have so much fuel flowing to the engine. That's governed. I'm not sure if it's governed. I don't think it's governed how much fuel you have to have in the tank or maximum, because some teams will have an engine that is running leaner than the other. So, for instance, if you have an engine that uses less fuel, you can, in theory, save weight by having to use less. Good afternoon, Peter. I think this evening we'll get an idea of where the teams are at. They're still not going to play their full hand, but this evening, when the conditions are how they're going to be next weekend, and some of the teams start putting soft tyres on, we'll get an idea. We know Red Bull aren't going to put any soft tyres on because they don't have any. This is what's going to be painful, is if tonight, if all the other teams start putting soft tyres on, are doing laps, and then Max, who gets in the car, is still quicker than them on the C3, and then we'll look at it and go, yeah. I know it's testing, but yeah. That's my concern. Intron. How goes it? I mean, listen. When we get to 3, 4 o'clock. Just bear in mind I called it, okay? Butter my dog. He's probably tired as well from all the carrying he did last night. Yeah, maybe he does, Inchon. Maybe that's the way he motivates his people. Do I think Mercedes can do it this year? Honestly, no. Based on what I've seen, I don't believe Mercedes are going to be competing for the championship this year. Honest opinion, I don't think so. I think they were too far behind last year to make a jump like that. And I think they know that themselves. I think they will have made a step forward, but then Red Bull have made a step forward. I don't think Mercedes look like they've got a car that can compete for the title. I think they've got a car that might be fast and at some circuits maybe very competitive, but I don't think they've got a car that's going to be competing with Red Bull. Well, here's the interesting thing, Ron. In 2021, or moving on from the 2020 season, when Mercedes dominated, they made a change, didn't they? They changed the way the floor works, which actually went straight into Red Bull's hands because of the way they ran their car with more rake. They made a new rule change that actually massively affected Mercedes. And that's one of the reasons in 2021 why Mercedes and Red Bull were so close. And it made, one of the best seasons we've had. But it doesn't look like they're going to make any changes to nerf Red Bull. And do you know what? I know it's not great for the sport, but I'm not sure that they should either. Red Bull have just done a fantastic job. And much like Mercedes for so many years dominated the sport, you just have to take your hat off to them to an extent and just say, listen, you've done a fantastic job in this generation of cars, and, hats off to you. Hats off to you, Adrian Newey. Christ, Lewis has got no rear end in that car at the minute. He's sliding all over the place. Morning, Geth. Listen, Peter, I hope it is the year for Mercedes, but I don't believe so. Based on all the facts that I've seen, Peter, it's not going to be the year for Mercedes, but you're entitled to your opinion. I respect it. It does look like Ferrari are the closest competitors at the minute. Just based off what we've seen. I still don't know where, like I said, I still don't know where McLaren stand. Still don't know. Well, I can't say whether Lewis will be able to compete with Max next year because I don't even know what's going on this year. And then he's changing to a different team next year, and I don't even know how Ferrari are going to be this year, so I can't comment on next year. I'm giving all the speculation I have for 2024. I don't also have speculation for 2025 yet. I will see that Mercedes have something cooking. Okay, what have they got cooking, Peter? Why are you adamant that Mercedes have something? It's like you're trying to convince yourself that Mercedes have something cooking. It's like you're trying to convince yourself. I'm purely basing my opinion on the 2.5 days of testing we've had so far. And while Mercedes look like they've got a better car, There is absolutely nothing that says to me they have a car that can compete with Red Bull. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong, dude. I really do. I hope I'm wrong. But can we also talk about something? This is kind of sidebar. This is more for the Twitch side of things. Is anyone else sick of this term? Like, let them cook. I feel like Wilco's using it ironically. Is anyone else sick of this term? What are they cooking? What are they cooking? Let them cook. Let them cook. I think I'm just. Well, we know I'm old, but I'm sick of it. Oh my god! It's not just me then that hates all these horrible phrases. That makes me feel a little bit better. Listen, we can't tell everything from testing. Abdul, you're absolutely right. We can't tell everything from testing. It is complete guesswork. Some of it's based on facts and the way the cars handle and the way we look at them. Some of it's based on, information, but a lot of it is complete conjecture. I 100% agree. So we can't, base everything on the times and everything. Absolutely not. I agree. It is wild, in fairness. You are 100%. Oh, God. Would you say...
Received. Apparently you were doing something right, Captain.
Yeah.
Let them quack.
Kurt, thanks for 38 months. Why do people praise Red Bull so much? This is just testing. I'll tell you why people praise Red Bull. It's not the times that people are looking at. It's not the times I'm looking at, Felix. What I'm looking at with the Red Bull is how well it handles. You look at it and it's so stable. It's one of the cars that barely moves over the bumps. The cars like the Alpine or even Mercedes, right? Mercedes, you can see it's not unstable by any means, but the way that the Mercedes moves over the bumps and the way the Red Bull moves, it's like the bumps don't exist. The way the floor interacts with the suspension, phenomenal. And if you watch Verstappen on board, watch how smooth he is with the steering wheel. He doesn't have to take 2 stabs at it. He doesn't have to take 3 stabs at it. The rear isn't coming round. It's the same for Perez. Whereas you go watch a car like some of the times when Lewis has been driving this W15 or a car like Alpine and they're having to make 2 attempts to take the corner. The front is really lazy. It's not turning in. There's none of that with the Red Bull. They're making good lap times, but they're making them easily. And we're also basing the information on Red Bull based on how good they were last year. If they'd come in and they were really struggling, then we'd think maybe, they've gone backwards. But it looks like they've gone the other way. It looks like they've gone forward. That doesn't mean that Ferrari aren't going to compete with them this year, though. We don't know, but we don't know. What if I don't see Adrian Newey going to any other teams now, do you? I would love to see him at Ferrari, but... How old's Adrian Newey now? 60... He's 65 now. 65. Sadly, what you've said there, Peter, is actually completely factually incorrect. So you've just said the design of the downwash are at the ceiling. Red Bull can't go any further. Well, what you said there isn't correct. It's actually factually completely incorrect. Andreas Seidel, Adrian Newey, and someone else have said they're nowhere near the ceiling of these cars yet, the concepts. They're not near them. They thought they would be, but there's so much more that they can improve on. So you're saying that Red Bull's at the ceiling of their design, but they're not. So I don't know why you're saying that. That's not true. They're nowhere near the ceiling. Major, how you doing? Yeah, there was talk of him leaving if Christian Horner had to leave, but he did then come out and say that he pledges his he pledged himself to Red Bull. Yeah, there is something to be said for. There is something to be said. It's just a coincidence, but there is something to be said for the fact that this rule set ground effect just happens to coincide with the fact that Adrian Newey has been through that era in Formula One. And so he's been through that era, and he's already been through those mistakes, and he already had a very good understanding of ground effect in Formula One, even though it was all those years ago. And so in that respect, he had an advantage over other teams, but that's just the way it is, isn't it? He's their designer at this period in time. They move to ground effect. You use his knowledge. It is what it is, really, isn't it? I think all of us, depending on who you support, all of us just want to see a closer season, don't we? If that's Ferrari, if it's Mercedes, if it's McLaren, we'd love to see 4 or 5 cars competing. Last year, we really only had fights for the rest of the podium, didn't we? I think pole will be faster than a 27.4. It'll be a 101. Red Bull will actually put their engine up to 100% and they'll burn the track. They'll be so quick. The Bahrain marshals will be out on track with fire extinguishers. Shh. No, we don't. We don't want to see one-sided races. No one wants that. I will say this, though. For those of you that have been watching Formula One as long as I have, I'm sure there's plenty of you. This is the way Formula One's been for as long as I can remember. Really. But there's periods of dominance. Red Bull in the what was it, 2000 and when were Red Bull dominating? Was it like early 2000s? And then before that, you have periods of dominance of Williams, McLaren, Ferrari. Then you had the turbo hybrid era with Mercedes. As much as we want to see close racing, we all do. There's actually, most of the time, there is one car team that gets it right. It's not, it's sometimes closer, admittedly, but there is usually one team that gets it right. So, we'll just see how it goes, won't we? I still think Ferrari were lucky to get away with it when they were fighting Mercedes in, was it 2018, 2019? When Ferrari had their rocket ship engine. Do you remember? Someone can confirm the year for me, because my memory of years is not very good. And they had the rocket ship of an engine. And then they said they weren't cheating. They said they weren't doing anything untoward. And then the FIA made some backhanded deal and made some sort of tweak. And then all of a sudden, Ferrari were, oh, they're really slow on the straights now. But they're like, oh, no, it's nothing to do with anything. It's just slow. I think it was 2018. Yeah, they had something clever going on with the engine. We think it was burning oil as fuel and stuff like that, and they were doing something really clever, and you know, fair play to them. But then the FIA came in and went, "Oh, hold on," but they didn't punish them for doing it. But then as soon as they, you know, pointed it out, all of a sudden they slowed down, and it's like, oh, okay. And I think Formula One hasn't helped itself over the years, where a lot of things have happened where it's not really been transparent what's happened, and it's been brushed under the table, or brushed under the carpet, rather. I suppose you could brush it under the table, but then you'd still see it, wouldn't you? If you want to hide it, which is the point of that phrase, you'd have to brush it under the carpet, because then the carpet sits on it. But brushing it under the table, it's just like, I can still see you under the table, you know? So I don't know why I said that. Well, yeah, I mean, we've got... Is there a flap missing from that Mercedes front wing? We've got some of the most intelligent people in motorsport working in Formula One. Some of the most intelligent people. And I don't know if you've ever read, not that you would have, if you've ever read the technical regulations of Formula One. Like, I'm not saying I've read them, but I've looked at them. The front drum deflector must be made to the geometry defined by RS FWH DEFL. In order to adapt the component of the front drum deflector forward of XW equals minus 30 to the local flow conditions, A plus / minus 6 degrees tolerance will be accepted. Any such rotation must be made about a ZW aligned axis through the point XW equals minus 260, YW equals minus 10. What? Do you know what? But this is what these people have got to work to. I read that and it hurts my head. And then they get it wrong by 2 millimeters, and we're like, cheats. Cheats! You're cheating! And they're like, guys, it's 0.2 millimeters. Oh, how can you get that wrong? Rules are rules. Like, yeah, anyway. Well, that is true, Tyson. It does depend on the height of the table. Could be a really small table. Wait, Peter, you really want Merck to put in this qualifying lap, don't you? You really want Merck to put in this qualifying lap. If Merck going to put in a qualifying lap, it's going to be later on with George Russell. Are you a Mercedes fan, Peter? Can I ask? Are you a Mercedes fan? Basically, what I'm making out is that people are far more intelligent than me. You know, they've all got degrees in rocket science, as far as I'm concerned, and maths and physics and all the rest of it, and they're just really, smart people, way smarter than I am. Peter is a Mercedes fan, okay? Peter, are you Bono? Are you watching Lewis right now, but you're also talking to me at the same time, and you know something I don't? Can you give us the scoop? Imagine if Bono was just watching the cars going around and going on streams going, I think Mercedes are fast this year. And everyone's like, oh no, they're shit. And he's like, they don't even know. That would be great. That would be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Bono on his alt account. Lol. We were running at 50% engine and they don't even know. Um, hmm. Did he just say hammer time? No. We were spending time earlier, yesterday, working out what hammer time is in Italian. Hold on. I can't remember what it was. Actually, that's different than what I was saying yesterday. Lewis, y il momento del martello. Lewis, y il momento del martello. It was tempo di martello yesterday, wasn't it? Lewis, y il momento del martello. That means Lewis, it's hammer time. It was tempo di martello we were saying yesterday. Time of the hammer. Lewis, it is time of the hammer. Languages work like that though, don't they? They often, when it's English translations, it's different. Oh, we can't talk about Abu Dhabi 21. If you're a Mercedes fan, Peter, you must have been sick for days, mate. What was George Russell gesticulating about then? Looked like he was moaning about something. Look, whichever side of the fence you sit on in terms of what team you support, Abu Dhabi 2021 was just one person breaking the rules for entertainment, wasn't it? I mean, we all know that. And it's nothing against Max. I'm not saying he's not a deserved champion or anything like that. You had one man altering the written rules so he could make a more entertaining finish to the season. And that's what happened. And then they brushed it all under the carpet and pretended like it didn't happen. It was the biggest travesty I've seen in Formula One. But it is what it is, you know? Michael Massey, he did what he did. He did what he did. I mean, I've said this a few times. Lewis handled that way better than I would have done. Let me tell you. He handled that way better than I would have been shouting from the rooftops. I wouldn't have taken it gracefully like he did. I tell you that right now. He actually took it very well. I would have been... You don't like unfair treatment towards Mercedes. I'm getting that vibe from you, Peter. I am getting that you are a diehard Mercedes fan. I would guess that you have some Mercedes merch. I might even say that you're wearing it right now. I might even go as far as to say you may sleep in it. I'm afraid, Peter, though, I know you want it to be Mercedes' year this year, but I don't think it's going to be. I hope I'm wrong, mate, but I really hope I'm wrong. Because it would be a cool story, Hamilton having a good season before he went to Ferrari. It'd be a cool story if Hamilton was fighting with Ferrari before he went to Ferrari. That would be a nice sort of story. Oh, I'd have broken a lot of things if I was Lewis as well, including Michael Massey's face. Yes, I'm a big time Stake F1 fan. Do you know what? I like the Sauber team though. I like the Sauber team. I just hate the state livery. I think that's my most disliked team, actually. Actually, I think, oddly, it's the new Visa Cash App, because I feel like what Red Bull have done to that team has just butchered the team's identity, and I hate it. That team has no identity anymore, because they don't even have their own name in the title. It's just RB. They've basically sold out the entire team's identity to a sponsor. It's not the same as, like, Mercedes Petronas or Aramco as Aston Martin. It's still Aston Martin. But that one is now known as Visa Cash App. That is what they want the team to be called, but that is just a sponsor. They've got rid of their entire identity. And I really hate that. I really dislike that. But I also dislike Stake because it's just a terrible company. Well, the registered trademark for that team is Racing Bulls. But RB obviously also stands for Red Bull. But the team don't want you to call it Red Bull, and they don't want you to call it Racing Bulls. They want you to call it RB. And the reason they wanted to call it RB is because they want you to focus on the sponsor. Listen, Peter, you can't keep saying that I will see Lewis fighting for the championship like it's like you saying that will make it happen. Let's leave it at that, and we'll see what happens next weekend. We should talk about this. I might do a I might do a video on this tomorrow. I'm not going to do it today because I won't have time. There is potentially, and this could be really bad for Sauber, there is potentially an issue with Audi. Basically, the main guy, I can't remember his name, the main guy at Audi who's been pushing this Formula One project apparently is now leaving the company. And there's actually a real threat that the Audi thing could fall through. And if it did, that's substantial. Because there's also reports that Audi might be a little bit behind on their engines. Now, this could be massive because I don't think Sauber have their financial situation to carry on. Because the whole plan was for Audi to take over. If Audi didn't take over, there might be a situation where Formula One are having to actually go to Andretti and say, "Hey, I know we kicked you in the teeth, but would you like to take over this team?" You know, and that would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? So there is a chance that in 2026 Andretti could replace Sauber if this Audi deal falls through. Listen, this has been a big topic of conversation over the past few weeks. Zach Brown has... Oh, God, I need to share this with you. This is so good. Did I bookmark it? Adrian Newey's wife I don't know if you saw this. So look at this, right? This is so funny. So this was so for context, Zach Brown has been the person that's been really vocal about Red Bull having two teams. And this is a Twitter engagement, right? Between it was looking at Adrian Newey walking along the pit straight, right? Testing in full swing. And then his wife, Amanda Newey, said, "That's pretty speedy. You should see the airport walk slow." And then someone replied, clearly used up all his energy in designing two different cars simultaneously. And she said, "Is this a Zach Brown imposter account?" Oh, it's top tier bands from Amanda Newey. Top tier. Listen, I love that energy. I love that energy to come back. He then tried to backtrack and say he was talking about the RB20 and the RB17. Yeah. Yeah, of course you were, mate. After you've been made to look a plonker. Yeah. Sure, yeah. That's what you were doing. Yeah. I love it, man. Absolute top tier shithousery. That's funny. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you. I was talking about something else, but I can't remember what it was now. But yeah, there's obviously been lots of talk about Red Bull and their sister teams. But it just doesn't sit right with me that Red Bull have two teams in Formula One that they own, while other teams can't get in that have racing heritage like Andretti. Now, Red Bull have a lot of racing heritage. They're part of series all around the world. They deserve to be in Formula One, but they don't deserve to have two teams. What if Ferrari just wanted two teams? Actually, we'll have another team. We'll call them Scuderia Ferrari. Yes, teams have partnerships. Mercedes have a partnership with Williams, their customer team. That's different. Ferrari have partnerships with Hadz. But, yeah. They haven't been as of yet, Girth, because they still have stake on the side of the car. They still have stake on the side of the car. Lance is on the C1 tyre. What's going on with the McLaren? I mean, nothing's going on with them. They're just going about their plan. I mean, how many laps has Norris done today? He has only done 20. He has been in the garage for a little while, but Danny Rick's done 64 already. Hamilton's only done 35. But yeah, Norris hasn't been out as much as McLaren would have liked, but he has been out. They already said, Stake, that they were going to have kick in some countries and stake in others based on the local law. But where the problems come is that Sauber, which is the team, we're calling them Stake, but the team is actually Sauber. Stake is just a sponsor. Sauber are based in Switzerland, and Stake are sponsoring Sauber, but Stake do not have a license to operate in Switzerland. So there's actually like this legal back and two going on right now about their association with Sauber. That's what's happening. I don't know what's going to come of that, but they're running the Stake branding. They're running stake branding on the car, but the logo of the team is Kick. It's all a bit mad, isn't it? You've got Haas, which don't look very strong, and by their own admission, they think they're going to be at the back of the grid. They get rid of Gunther Steiner because apparently Gunther Steiner wanted to invest in the team. Well, he didn't want to invest. He wanted Gene Haas to invest in the team. And Gene Haas is like, no, I'm not putting any more money into this. You do better with what you've got. And ultimately, they fell out. And so Gunther Steiner was asked to leave. The car looks fine, but they think they're going to be at the back of the grid, though. Design that is refined, and it's natural to just for all teams to go in a similar direction. It's just the way it is. Well, it would either be Andretti Sauber, but I don't think it would be Andretti Sauber, Bunny. I think they'd want to completely take over the team and buy it out and then keep their current operation, I think. Here's the thing, though. Apparently, they were going to go with Renault engines for 2 years until GM Motors and Cadillac came in with their engine. And we know that the Renault engine in the Alpine isn't the best. I actually don't know right now because, like I say, with what's happening with the I can't remember the guy's name, the Audi guy that's leaving the role now. But he's leaving the job, and he was the one pushing for Audi to go into Formula One. I don't know how much they've got, like, a contract to join Formula One, or do you know what I mean? I don't really know if they fully committed to it. They were making their engine, obviously, and they were going to buy the Sauber team, but I'm wondering if there's an opportunity that they could back out of it, which wouldn't be good, would it? No, Haas don't want to sell to Andretti. Gene Haas does not want to sell to Andretti. That would be the last thing he'd want.
Apparently, you were doing.
Raging, thank you for the 15 months. Lewis wasn't using DRS then. He was just sat behind the Haas, just getting a tow just to see. It wasn't DRS game, Jolien Palmer. He didn't have DRS open. Well, this is the thing. They must be in pretty far. If Audi have making their engine, they've obviously put a lot of cost into it, so you would assume they wouldn't just bail out of it. So I hope they don't. Having Audi in the sport, I think, is good for the sport. I think... I don't know, but, I would like to see Andretti in the sport as well, so... It's frustrating to me because Andretti, they've got such racing heritage as a team, as a family. And obviously Formula One rejected them. The problem is they're not just rejecting Andretti, they're rejecting adding an 11th team. They wouldn't reject Andretti from buying another team or anything. That would pass straight away. That's not a problem. Oh, I would rather see Andretti racing over Haas. I mean, let's be honest, right? Haas are a CNC company, right? And no offense to them, they've been in the sport or anything, but they haven't pushed the sport forward. And that's apparently one of F1's, one of the requirements for Andretti joining was that they'd be competitive and add value to the sport. Haas doesn't add any value to the sport. They're a CNC company, for Christ's sake. Andretti's actually a racing brand. They have racing in IndyCar, in NASCAR, in Formula X, in Formula E. You know, they're a racing heritage family. And have you ever looked at Formula One and thought, oh, bloody hell, I need some CNC work done. I'll go to Hadz Automotive. Like, what? It's mad. You've essentially got a situation where you're having a new team that is being judged on rules that you're not applying to the teams that are already in Formula One. Because based on what they're saying, Haas would never have got into Formula One. Because Haas don't bring value to Formula One. Their thing with Andretti was that Formula One would bring more value to Andretti than Andretti would bring to Formula One. Well, that's a mad thing to say for a start. Haas don't bring value to Formula One. Stake don't bring value to Formula One. Teams like Ferrari do. Mercedes, Aston Martin, McLaren, these teams do. It's just... It's unfair to have a new team joining and you base it on these requirements when you've got all these other teams that got in on lesser requirements and are still there on less... It doesn't... Yeah, but Haas don't bring money to the sport, though, do they? You know, Andretti, their argument was that they would boost Andretti more than Andretti would boost Formula One. So what you're saying now is a racing team with racing heritage that has won IndyCar, won Indy 500, can't compete in Formula One unless they give value to Formula One. I mean, sorry, this is absolutely bonkers. It's not about... It's all about money. It's all about money. No, sorry. We don't care how many championships you've won in other series. We don't care that your dad's your granddad's a fucking Formula One world champion, by the way, and his son is an IndyCar world champion, and they race in all these series. We don't care about that. What do you provide us financially? That's essentially what they're saying. It's painful, isn't it? It's really painful. But there you go. I actually don't... No, they don't. Haas... Because Gunther Steiner was talking about that. I don't think Haas actually reached the cost cap last year. I don't think Williams did either, although I think they are now closer to the cost cap thanks to their new sponsors. So it might be the year before Williams didn't reach it, but last year they were closer thanks to their sponsors. That's exactly it as well. A lot of the teams complained about... Well, not complained. They didn't want Haas because the TV rights and all that pot, instead of going between 10 teams, would then go between 11. And you've got teams like Haas and maybe Williams who are at the bottom of that pile. Like Haas do not want another team coming in that's American, Andretti, and outperforming them, which not only makes them look bad, but means they get less money. And Williams don't. You know, most of these teams don't want it because that means they're getting less of the pot. I don't think the big teams really care as much because they know they're going to be at the front of the line anyway. But those midfield teams, they don't want it because they're just thinking selfishly for themselves. And I think we've seen over the years now, and this has been a long time coming, right? Formula One has been going down the lines of making more money. They're going to all these street circuits. It's all about money and less focus on the sport, the competition, the racing. If Formula One was entirely focused on racing and competitive racing at that, and the actual entertainment factor of racing, we wouldn't be going to all these street circuits. We'd be going to tracks designed for these cars. The last 10 years should tell you that isn't where their mind is. Their mind is money. That's been their mind. How can we turn Formula One into more of a money-making machine? Let's do Vegas. Let's do Miami. Let's do all this. But it's diluting the actual sport of Formula One. So sadly, the way that it works, though, Current, is it doesn't matter how much money they're making. They always want to make more. They always want... we always want to make more. This, it's a little bit different, but there was a very candid interview with one of the... It might have been the CEO of British Gas. I can't remember his name. He was on a morning show the other day, right? And they were saying to him, so how much profit did British Gas make? And he was like, fucking hundreds of billions or whatever it bloody was. And then they said, oh, what's your salary? And he said, 4.5 million. But he's been very honest about the answers. And in the UK, the last 2 years, the cost of everything, especially energy and gas and electric, has gone through the roof to where it's absolutely obscene. But the companies that are providing it are making record profits because the price of oil has gone back down, but they haven't lowered their prices accordingly. They're still charging you above where it used to be. And so they're actually making record profits. And it's the same principle. They just more money, more money, more money. Yeah, 75 million to like 750 million. Like their turnover was however many billion. Their profits have jumped while everyone in the UK is suffering, paying hundreds and hundreds more on fuel than they should be every month, and they've made 750 million. It's yeah. Yeah, I hope there's not another one this afternoon that you're talking about, Silver, or are you talking about the one this morning? Yeah, if you're on YouTube, guys, get those likes in. I appreciate it. It's free. It really does help me. Oh, okay. I thought you'd seen another one. The price is coming down in April. Woo! Music to my ears, Liam. I'll tell you this, Zanzibar. I'll be completely honest with you. Me and Joe wouldn't have our house if we were going for it now. We went for it we just got lucky with the perfect time. We went for it. Two things helped us. One, when I met Joe, she already had an apartment that she was paying a mortgage on, which helped us. When that sold, it helped us to get this house. And when we got it, the price of houses was coming down. The mortgage rate wasn't obscene like it is now. We got in there before all that happened, just by chance. We definitely couldn't afford a house or a mortgage now. No chance. No chance. It's not the biggest preventer for the teams catching up isn't even budget and stuff like that. I think the facilities does matter, but ultimately it's just personnel and ideas, really, isn't it? I tell you, the preventer. Not every team has Adrian Newey. So they're saying now that the consensus in the paddock is that Red Bull have a lot more speed in this car that they haven't shown off yet. And that's before they bring their upgrades in Japan. I think Red Bull have got loads of time in the bank. I'm worried. Trepidation. You doubt if Red Bull will be as good as in 2023? I'm calling it now. They're going to be better. I think they're going to be more dominant. I think they've got a lot up their sleeve. I really, really do. I really do. And I know that sounds really negative. And yes, it's testing. We can't read too much. And I get all that. But the feeling I get from what people are saying in the paddock and what I've seen on the track is that Red Bull is nowhere near the limit at the minute. I think it's got a lot of time in the tank. Yeah, and they've been developing this car for a lot longer than everyone else because they were so far ahead last year. And so, yeah. But it looks advanced, doesn't it? It looks advanced. You've got the 2 side pod inlets. You've got the airbox inlet at the back with the vents. You've got the cannon covers. It looks so sculpted and detailed. The floor looks really advanced. You look at the diffuser and there's winglets everywhere. It looks way more advanced than some of the other cars. Look at the floor on it compared to Mercedes. It's just... oof. No, visually, I don't think it looks good. Like, I don't like the cannon covers visually, but it looks good as in it looks advanced. Yeah, Norris has actually been out of the car for quite some time now. They haven't really spoken on what's going on with him, though, but he hasn't done a lap for quite a while. Yeah, but we don't know that the competition is closed up. If jump, I think Ferrari are looking good. But look, we don't know. It's all conjecture, and I appreciate it's all conjecture. We just don't know. So we'll try not to be too negative about it all. Clutch issue for Norris. There we go. It is okay, Liam, because you're still using your wind tunnel runs and your budget. What you use it for is kind of irrelevant, really, because these cars are evolutions. So you're just developing it. You can do it, and the reason they could do it last year was because their car was so far ahead. They didn't need to spend all that time and money developing that. They could develop this, and then in the winter they could just pick up from where they were at. So they were miles ahead of all the other teams in terms of how early they started their work on the 2024 car because they could. Yeah, I mean, when we saw the Merc on track, Majo, when we saw the Merc and the Zero Pods, my immediate reaction was, oh my lord, what have they done? This looks insane. But then you saw it on track and you realized straight away that car was not. That car was a handful. That's not the same this year. You look at that Red Bull and you go, oh my lord, what have they done? And then you see it on track and it's rapid and it's smooth. Big difference. And then that's the big difference for me. I think the slowest cars for me, Alpine, Haas, maybe Williams. Maybe Williams. Williams have looked a little bit unhappy in the garage. Just from body language, I don't think they feel that they're in a great position at the minute. I think Sauber and Racing Bulls are there or thereabouts together. McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin, and Ferrari. I don't really know where they all stand, but I do believe they're behind Red Bull. That's roughly where I'm lining people up. I can't really commit right now to who's the quickest behind Red Bull. I think maybe Ferrari. But then when it comes to McLaren, Aston, and Mercedes, I really don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I'm struggling with the McLaren. Yeah, it's still quite a slow time, isn't it, from Hamilton? Or was he 4 tenths down in the first sector? So either they're slow or, you know, he's on a higher fuel run still. I mean, it's not a race run necessarily because he's using DRS. Yeah, 1.5 seconds down. So there's definitely some fuel on board. Yeah, he's way down. 2 seconds, isn't it? It's hard to get a read, but like the Mercedes garage don't look particularly upbeat, do they? Like Andrew Shovlin doesn't look like massively upbeat, I don't think. Well, we have to see them doing some sort of run because they've got 4 sets of C4 tyres and 2 sets of C5s. Hamilton's used 1 set of C5s. They've got the soft tyres, so they have to use them. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing them? Now, they could do long runs on those tyres, obviously. They don't have to do qualifying runs on those soft tyres. I don't think anyone will look back at that 2023 season as a gem. Well, I certainly won't. I won't look at that and go, oh, what a year we had. The record books will look back at it and say that it was an incredible year in terms of dominance. But I won't look back on it fondly. Albon's out on the C4 tyres. Who is this in the commentary box, by the way, with Rachel Brooks and Jolyon Palmer? Who is it speaking? Albon must be doing a long run as well. I don't know who this guy is. I don't recognize his voice. Yeah, Albon's on the C4 tire, but he's doing higher fuel runs by the looks of it. Oh, he's coming in anyway. Oh, dear me. I'm not sure if Mercedes do always sandbag. Like, do they? I don't know. Presumably, FP1 is on Wednesday. No, Thursday, right? FP1, 29th of Feb. Yeah, it's on the Thursday. And then practice 3 is at 12:30. On the 1st of March. Then qualifying's at 4th. It's because of Ramadan. So Saudi Arabia is the following week. Also on a Saturday. And so the 10th of March is the first day of Ramadan. So what they wanted to do, they wanted to move the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix from the 10th of March to the day before, so that it could be before Ramadan starts. The problem is they have a rule that says there has to be 7 days between races. So because they moved Saudi Arabia forward a day to Saturday, they then had to move Bahrain forward a day to Saturday because they were back-to-back races, which is why both of the first Grand Prix are on a Saturday. So, oh great, you've got 2 ads, so you can't hear what I'm saying. Well, that sucks. Great for me though, baby. I mean, you should be able to rewind the stream though. If you just rewind the stream, you'll get my explanation. Oh, you can't. You're on Twitch, aren't you? It's not easy for you. You tell me when you're back. I'll tell. That's funny, isn't it? Right. It's due to Ramadan. Ramadan starts on the 10th of March, Sunday. They wanted to move it forward, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, so it was before Ramadan. So they moved it to the Saturday. But Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are back to back, and they have a rule that says races must be 7 days apart. So they also moved Bahrain forward a day. That's why they're both on a Saturday. There we go. That's just for you, that. Mercedes has got something very interesting going on with the suspension. So let me share this with you. You see here, Mercedes has changed the point at which the suspension arm hits the chassis between days. You see the angle of the wishbone here? You see the angle of the wishbone on the left shot, and then look at the angle on the right. It's actually different, but this is a better example. Let me just take my camera off real quick. You see here, there's actually a panel here, and the wishbone is currently going into the top part, but it looks like they have a removable panel here, and they can change the position of the suspension arm. It's now... It can be either in the top part of this panel or the bottom part, which alters the angle of the wishbone. Now, this could mean that they can alter this position dynamically over the course of a race weekend based on based on the track, the type of circuit, and that will then in turn change the way that the front suspension works with their anti-dive and all the rest of it. So it's quite a big suspension arm change. Yeah. Interesting. Just thought I'd share that with you. Yeah, it's to control the anti-dive, but no other team has the option to move their front suspension arm because it's bolted to the chassis. It's bolted to the chassis, and so to be able to change it between race weekends is actually pretty cool. They already had altered their suspension for this season, but the fact that they can dynamically change it is really good. I don't think any other team has got that because those points are hard locked into the chassis. That's cool. Oscar Piastri, Red Bull is in the lead. You can say that, and quite comfortably. I would like us to be at the front of the chasing pack, but it's difficult to say. Bahrain is not traditionally a track where we have been strong in the past. Literally everyone is saying that Red Bull are miles ahead. Interesting. Yeah, where's Peter? He was right. Mercedes are cooking. Red Bull are running a different front wing currently with Perez. I'm just seeing online on Twitter. Yeah. Ugh. You heard AMG is sandbagging. Have you been speaking to Peter? Peter's spreading all this misinformation. Why do people think Mercedes is sandbagging? They're just slow. Listen, we don't know where they're at. But seriously, people need to bring their expectations down. I think people are expecting Mercedes to unleash the beast, and I don't think there's a beast inside there. I think there's an angry kitten. I just want to temper expectations, that's all. Why Daniel Ricciardo is so far behind? I actually don't really know, Jimmy. He's done a fair few laps. He's done 70 laps. But I think they've solely been race runs. He's been on like his fastest time is on the C1 tire. He's solely been doing hard tire race runs, and I think that's only why. I don't think you worry too much about reading into the times. Imagine if Red Bull haven't even turned their hybrid system on yet. Look, I'm saying, you know, oh, we shouldn't get excited. Mercedes are just slow and all this. I don't know. Like we've said 1,000 times, sure, plenty of teams have still got to put their engines up and all that. But at the end of the day, we won't know until next week. We won't know until next week. It's still all guesswork, but we just don't know. Well, last year, day one, Max Verstappen was fastest, right? And Fernando Alonso was like within a tenth. And people thought, hold on, Aston Martin, they're quick, right? McLaren were all the way down, but they didn't even have their finished car. Like, they didn't get their proper car until halfway through the season, so I'm not even including them. Hamilton was 6/10 off. Norris was 6/10 off. You know, like it was quite low. And then day two, that was when Joe Russell. That was when George Russell stopped. Zhou Guan Yu, though, topped the timesheets. Oh, baby. Topped the timesheets in day two. Max Verstappen was second. And Nick de Vries was up there in the AlphaTauri. You remember him? You remember Nick de Vries? You remember Nick de Vries, don't you? and then, in a shocking turn of events, on day three, you're not going to believe who topped the timesheets. Sergio Perez. You're not going to believe who was second. Lewis Hamilton. You're not going to believe who was third. Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo. So, you have to take testing times with a pinch of salt. You really do. We've said this like 1,000,000 times. You have to, because even in testing, last year, for instance, like Ferrari, Red Bull, they weren't showing their ultimate pace. At the same time, you look at the cars. Last year, you looked at that Red Bull and you could see it was quick. Like, you could see it. Absolutely no one was looking last year and saying something other than Red Bull were quickest. And it's the same this year. I don't think there's anyone out there that doesn't think Red Bull is leading the pack this year. I don't know, apart from fucking Peter. Peter, the Mercedes fan, he absolutely believes Mercedes are number one. Other than him, I think everyone believes Red Bull are first, but we don't know by how much, and everyone else is chasing. That's. I feel like hearing some quotes from Lando and the team and Oscar Piastri, they don't seem overly confident at McLaren. Everyone is very keen to say, like, all of the teams are like, yeah, Red Bull are ahead. Like, McLaren are saying it, Mercedes are saying, everyone's saying Red Bull are definitely ahead. If they're saying it with all the data, then, I mean, we just trust it, don't we? But the times themselves mean nothing. I'll say this, though. Max will get in the car later tonight, and he will finish top of the times today. I think. Even if people do runs on the faster tyre, I still think Max on the C3 will be quicker than them. Because he's a god. Yeah, anyway. You know, in 2020, I don't think Mercedes topped every day of testing, did they? But they were by far the fastest car. I think there is definitely a car that we can say won't be at the front, though. And that is Alpine. And the main reason is because it's a boat. And you can see it's a boat. You can watch it and realise even not the keenest of eye can see that that car is not fast. You can see the teams have. You can see. Yeah, as it goes into the evening of day 3, that's when we start seeing performance runs a lot more on. For a couple of reasons. One, because the evening session is more representative of what they'll have in Bahrain next weekend. And 2, it's the final few hours of testing, so that's when teams start to just let loose a little bit more. So tonight, we'll see it. What's Alonso up to? Yeah, Alonso saying that the car's better, but he thinks all the teams have made a step, so it's hard to judge. So what he said is exactly what we've said. They'll know, though. They'll have a good idea of where they are. They're not going to say it, but they'll know. Body language is something, though, and I feel like a lot of the teams' body language isn't. If their car isn't great, it's not super positive. And I don't know, when I've seen Alonso's interviews in testing, he's not seemed super hyped. I don't know. I actually think Lewis isn't doing any more runs today. I think they're swapping it over for George now. Yeah, Lewis is out of the car now. He's not getting back in, so he's not going to do any C4 runs then. So Lewis ended up on 46 laps. 49 laps, sorry. Perez did 49. Sainz did 61. Ricciardo did 70. And Magnussen did 80. Has Magnussen done something to his leg? So yeah, Lewis isn't doing any more laps. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's going back in. I thought he was getting out, but he's going back in. He's actually, no, I think I'll stay, guys. That's an interesting name. L.A. Thorne the Martian. You believe AMG is a dark horse. Past seasons behind them. Is that you, Peter? Is that you? Peter. Listen. Let's go with maybe. Yeah, I don't know. No, I know. It was a little bit of a joke. You wouldn't have... It was a bit of an inside joke there, dude. It's okay. I know you're not Peter. But if your name was Peter, that would have been a hell of a coincidence. Listen, you know, maybe Mercedes will surprise me. You know? Maybe they will. I don't think they're going to, but I certainly do not know everything. And I've been wrong before, and I will be wrong again. Well, Magnussen was hammering something that was... Yeah. I grew up mainly watching Schumacher. And... Yeah, I loved watching Michael Schumacher growing up. So Aston Martin are swapping drivers as well. Lance is leaving the car for Alonso. That Mercedes suspension is really interesting to me. The fact that they can change it like that. That's cool. Hmm. Just trying to see if anyone's compiled the list of like long run data from anyone. I mean, they will do, but I don't think anyone's done it just yet that I can see. Anyway. I'm not sure my pre-season predictions are going very well at all, Dan, because I actually think Ferrari have made a step forward, and I said they were going to fall off. I think they're ahead of Mercedes and McLaren. Just on gut instinct and what I've seen. I did not know that about LA Thorn. Formula 1 lesson and a history lesson. Thank you. Good morning, Papaya. We've got some guys swapping in and out of the cars now. I might take this opportunity to just grab a drink of water, make a cup of tea. We're gonna have a different layout for the races. I've got a different sort of layout of. So this is what we've got currently. But during the race weekends, is it that one? Where's the other one? I've got sort of more detail. There's a feed I have as well that shares the race control messages. I think this one looks a little bit nicer and easier to read than the other one. But this one doesn't have the pre-season testing, so I'm not currently using it. But I think I'm going to use this one for the race weekends, but I'm just not using it at the minute. I think it's easier on the eye. This is from a different app, this is. Yeah, I think it looks a little bit better. I like having the track notifications. I think it's just easier to read. And the race control messages, like these race control messages are pretty good, I think. But for now, we have these. Right, yeah, let me go get a drink while we're in a bit of a cool down. People swapping cars out and drivers and all that jazz. So, 2 minutes. I have returned. So, I heard that Lando's running for his portion of the day is now curtailed because of that clutch issue, and he's not going to go back out. That's a shame. Mouse is running out of battery. Let's have a look. What are we saying? So, Charles Leclerc. It's difficult to say where we are. We got through our program well. There were no negative surprises. All the data from practice has contributed to the expectations from the simulator were correct. My feeling is that Red Bull are still well ahead. Well, first of all, Checo isn't getting 2 days of driving, Jonathan. And first of all, he's not getting 2 days of driving. Second of all, it is allowed. The teams can do whatever they want. A team could put one driver in for 3 days if they really wanted to. Checo had all day yesterday because the morning session was curtailed, so they just gave him all day yesterday. Max had all day the day before, and Checo's had this morning, and Max is having this evening. So Checo is swapping out for Max. He's not staying in the car all day. But they could do that if they wanted to. There's no rule that says they have to run a driver for a certain amount of time. Yeah, Perez, I'm not sure if he's out of the car yet, but he will be. He will be soon enough. But they don't have to. Obviously, it would be harsh if they let one driver run for 2 full days and one... Like, Alonso ran for all 3 days last year, didn't he? Because of Stroll's accident. Or did Drugovich... No, that's a lie. Drugovich did some testing as well, didn't he? Yeah, he is still driving currently. I guess they're just waiting until like the 4-hour mark, and then they'll switch it over to Max. Mercedes are already switching it over to George. Yeah, like they've got the test track, but they're not allowed to use it. It's just the way it is, isn't it? Interesting that they got Lewis out of the car so early when he had such little running. Maybe Lewis was just like, yeah, I've had enough of this shit. I don't think so, in fairness, because one of the weaknesses of Red Bull last year was slow speed corners, and apparently they're a lot better in the slow speed now, so... Yeah, Daniel Max was peak. I kind of miss Daniel Lando as well, just from a banter point of view. I think they had a good relationship together. The F1's pretty strict about this now, Thorn. This has been discussed numerous times about teams that have road cars like the Aston Martin hypercar, and they're using time to develop ground effect on those cars to then transition that into Formula One. It's being scrutinized quite a lot. So it's cheeky because like cars, some of their hypercars and supercars have similar types of engine setups and ground effect, and they can work on those with limitless budgets. And while it's not the same as a Formula One car, there are things that they could gain knowledge on to then put into Formula One that they didn't have to spend multiple sim runs to work out. So that is something that the FIA have cottoned onto recently and been like, oh yeah, okay, we see teams are doing this and we're going to start monitoring it. Yeah, the Valkyrie. Well, the Valkyrie is being developed for WEC as well. You think Leclerc will crush Hamilton? Okay. We haven't even started 2024. Right. We haven't even started 2024 yet. And people are making predictions about 2025. Absolute madness. Let's just focus on 2024 for now. Got plenty of time. Plenty of time to talk about 25. Hamilton is getting older. Yes. He was getting older last season and he still demolished George Russell. Alonso's 42 and he still hasn't lost anything. So your reason for Leclerc dominating Hamilton is because Leclerc is young and Hamilton is getting old. Okay. I mean, listen, he might do. I don't know what's going to happen next year, but I can't think about 2025 when we haven't even started 2024 yet. Yeah, Alonso's 42 and he's still performing at a high level. Oh, right. So, what? So, Alonso's fine because his oldness doesn't matter, but Hamilton's oldness does when there's been no proof that he's fallen off at all. Because he actually had a really good season last year. That doesn't make sense. Hamilton had a really good season, so there's nothing to show that he's fallen off. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Who cares? I mean, I understand that the debate between Hamilton and Leclerc will rage on about who's going to, beat who and what have you. And honestly, I don't know. I think Hamilton's still got... my gut instinct is that Charles Leclerc will be a better qualifier than him in 2025, but Hamilton will be a better on race pace, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. I just can't even begin to think about 2025 right now. Every time I think about Hamilton in a Ferrari, I'm like, Jesus, that's actually happening, isn't it? So every time I hear it, I still am like, oh God, yeah, that's happening. So Sainz is ending the day, what it looks like, on 61 laps. Hamilton in 49. Perez did 50. Ricciardo 70. Magnussen a solid run with 80, though. Yeah, consistency is huge. But as we saw last year, it makes a big difference when you're not qualifying well. Hamilton had quite a few instances last year where he didn't qualify well and he was left with a big issue, wasn't he, in the race? It was making life harder. At least 44. But I like what you've done there with the Hamilton's number. Oh. Let's have a look at Twitter's. Thank you very much, Mikey. My notifications are on, but the audio isn't playing, so sometimes I miss them. But very, very much appreciated, buddy. A little bit outside of Formula One, but Nvidia, the global company, apparently gained the biggest market value gain in history. Nvidia today added 277 billion to their value, the greatest single day gain in market history. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm just trying to find some more pictures of this Mercedes suspension and just find out exactly what's going on. You bought their shares in January. Well, I wish I had. Max said, that was a good start for us. I did quite a few laps on the first day. Maybe a few too many. The balance was right. We tried a few things with the car and were able to complete the program without any major problems. The team believes there is even more potential in the car. It's now up to us to get it out of the package. Yeah. Yeah, that is also true, Dan. Lewis likes a car that gives him, that faith in the rear, and he wasn't getting that, and that's why he did certainly struggle more. I think last year Hamilton's race pace was really good, to be honest. So I think that was decent. But yeah, at the end of the day, people don't really look back and appreciate you for your race pace and stuff like that when you're not, winning, do they? It's just the reality. What we saying? Well, I understand what you're saying, Thorn. The rules have been tailored to ground effect, and you have an engineer that's worked in ground effect and has a lot of experience with it. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? Like, what is F1 meant to do? They're meant to say, well, these are the regulations that would work best for Formula One in the current generation, but we can't go to them because one. Like, it's just the way it is. You could have another driver that's come from another series that, has certain expertise, or they could hire certain engine engineers. Formula One is all about hiring the right people and the right people being in the right places. And even though Adrian Newey's got a lot of experience with, he's got a ton of experience, obviously, with ground effect, you would still hope that the other designers and engineers would be able to come up with something based on, how smart they are. But it's just unavoidable. It is what it is. Red Bull have maybe looked out a little bit there that Adrian Newey has so much experience with ground effect, but yeah, it just is what it is, isn't it? What are you going to do? I know it seems, unfair, but right. Nothing of huge note that I can see on Twitter that's worth talking about. Just looking, scooting through to see if anything interesting is happening. Yeah, just interested to see how long it's going to take Mercedes to swap the car over. But they might not just be swapping the car for Jules. They might be making setup changes and stuff as well. The side of that Red Bull floor is something else. It's so intricate. So intricate. Hmm. Who is better in a stock suit? I don't know, man. Because that just comes down to not only who the quick guy is, but who's the quickest at adapting, right? Hmm. Right. I'm not really sure that Lewis had a great run this morning, to tell you the truth. Like, I remember him struggling more than anything. I don't really remember him having a great time of it. Didn't see any great laps from him. I'd have to look at his actual race pace to see what it was. Someone who is nerdy enough to collect all that data will share it online soon enough. But they haven't put Sargent in the car yet. Alex Jacques is so small, isn't he? Oh, it's actually Alex Jakes, isn't it? Oh. I wonder why they haven't put Alex Jakes into the commentary box when Crofty misses 3 races. Because he already does the commentary for Formula 1. He's really good. So, hold on. Let me... sorry, I was distracted then. Leave, stay. Yeah, Crofty's missing 3 races this year. So you bought shares at 120 a share. What are they worth now, current? God, I wish I was smart in the stock market. Whoa! How many shares did you buy? Listen, two's better than none, isn't it? That's still a profit. So McLaren had a clutch issue most of this morning. Lando didn't really have much running at all. 20 laps. So Oscar's going to be really, really focused now. He's going to have to be there to get more data for the team. What do you think of Lando Norris? I know that's an open-ended question. Lando Norris, where do you rate him? I don't have the money. I don't have the money to be spending on stocks. So I wish I did. Where do we rate Lando Norris? Do we think he's one of the top tier drivers? Because I like him. I rate him. We've not seen him have, until like the back end of last year, we've not seen him have that fast car yet, have we? It'd be interesting to see him have a competitive car for a whole season. That's the one thing with Charles Leclerc, isn't it? We saw this when he was fighting in 2022 with Max. He made quite a few mistakes under pressure. Do you know what? It's the one in France that always gets me. The no. You know, when he was winning the race and he spun out. Oh, that one was rough. Do you think George Russell's a future champion? Do you know who George Russell reminds me of in terms of the quality of driver? And I don't know if this is fair. I'm just going to say it. Jenson Button. Good driver, quick driver, but maybe isn't top tier. He reminds me of Jenson. He's that sort of, because I think Jenson was a great driver, above mid tier, great driver, but he wasn't quite the level of the best guys. Not by much, but it wasn't quite. And I think for me, that's where George sits. Jenson did still win a championship, but if you look at the history books, and I don't want to take anything away from him, a lot of that was down to the fact that Brawn and the double diffuser, and him and Barrichello were able to blitz the start of the season. If you also look, Jenson Button absolutely fucking choked the second half of the season, and he was lucky to win that championship. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. If you watch the Brawn documentary, as I did fairly recently, it reminded me of just how much Jenson almost threw that away. And you take away that blown diffuser, and all of a sudden... And you could say that for every driver. You need a good car, obviously, to win a title. So that's not, the biggest concern. But Jenson did win a championship. I really like Jenson. I think he's a really nice guy, really likable. He's a great driver. But I would put him like just underneath the top tier of drivers. Do you know what I mean? It was deemed legal, Juice, but it was then banned for the following year. So it was one of those things whereby it's okay, you found a loophole, fine. But then they got rid of that loophole for the following year. So halfway through the season, it was deemed legal early on, and then halfway through the season, all the other teams came with their own version of it. I'd love to drive one of these Formula One cars. If I drove one of these Formula One cars, right, for a whole day, how far do you think I'd be off the pace? Five minutes. That's harsh. It possibly was the only season he had a really good car, yeah. I think 30 seconds is generous, to be honest. But I suppose you could just cruise around, couldn't I, and be 30 seconds. Light years does count as time difference, yeah. It would be the forces and the G-force and the braking and all that. But I could just go around at like half speed and it would only be a couple minutes, wouldn't it? Right, who's gonna let me go around in one of their Formula One cars? Maybe they'll let me have a go on one of their simulators. Just to see what I'm like, you know? When I drove an aerial atom, a supercharged aerial atom around Anglesey Circuit, I was very cautious. Because I wanted, you know, I didn't want to make any glaring mistakes or whatever, what have you. And so I was cautious, too cautious, really. And the brakes were very, very stiff, and I wasn't used to them. And then it was over before I even got started. I don't want to drive the Haas car. It's a piece of shit, isn't it? Okay, fine. I'll try the Haas car. Fine. I'm not going in the Sauber, though. That green will clash with my eyes. They're swapping that Red Bull over now for Max Verstappen, who's going to come out and do the fastest lap straight away on his first run. Because that's how he rolls. Lewis spotted that camera straight out. Listen, just let me in on one of the sims, you know. Let me drive the proper Formula One sim. And then I can get a feeling for exactly how it feels in the car, the braking, the throttle, and I can get a real feeling for how it is. Give me a day in the sim, and we'll see where I'm at. The 2013 Shelby GT500. I'd love to drive a Shelby GT500. I'd love that. Yeah, I had a driving experience in that aerial atom, but it was literally 3 laps, and one of them was your out lap and in lap. So you only get one proper lap. So, you know, they're not really worth it. It was given to me as a present, but they're not really worth it for what you get. I'd really want like a few hours to really experience it, you know? And then you can build up. Because your out lap, you've no idea what the car is, the throttle, the brakes, and so you're just getting used to that, and then you have one lap, and then you're coming back in. Yeah, but they're iRacing rigs. I don't want an iRacing rig, SpongeBob. I'm talking about the proper Formula One sims. You know, where they have the proper monocoque, tyres modelled, and it's modelling the actual feeling and throttle inputs of a real car. That's what I want. I want to see what it feels like. Listen, a Honda Civic, a Honda Red Bull, they're almost the same thing. Sadly, I drive a Peugeot and they're not in Formula One, but the closest thing to a Peugeot is, Alpine. I don't want to drive that fucking bucket. Yeah, but I don't want to do the iRacing. I can do iRacing. I want a full simulator. I want to know how the throttle and brakes feel on a proper sim. It's all about the weight of the pedals and the pressure and all that. That's what I want. I want to feel what it's properly like. So I could go straight into a Formula One car, you know, and it'd be like, okay, it does feel similar. The difference, obviously, in the real Formula One car is the G-forces and all the pressure. But I wouldn't be going flat out. I wouldn't be going flat out, obviously. I'd just be, you know, going at a steady pace. Flat out down the straights, but... I love the camera angles they have here at Bahrain through turns 11, 12. Oh, no, that's 8, 9, and 10, sorry. Piastri's just heading to turn 11 now. Do you know what someone was saying? I saw a lot of converse online talking about Lewis and saying he was throwing his Mercedes team under the bus in Drive to Survive or something like that, and he's ditched them now to go to Ferrari. And their example was other drivers would never throw their teams under the bus. And one of the examples they used was Alonso. And I read this and I was like, do you remember what Alonso was like with that Honda engine? He took every single opportunity he could to call it a GP2 engine, was always chatting shit on the radio, and he's burnt every team bridge. Like, that's what he's known for. People's selective memory is bonkers, honestly. People just have such a selective memory, and they purposely forget things that doesn't fit into their narrative. Do you know what I mean? If it doesn't fit into their narrative, they pretend it just doesn't exist. Madness. Absolute madness. Yeah, Fernando Alonso never burnt a bridge. Never said anything bad about his team. I haven't watched the new season of Drive to Survive yet, no. Is it out now? Did it come out today or did it come out 2 days ago? I'm not really that excited to watch it, if I'm being honest, but I do like the behind the scenes stuff. I saw a clip on Twitter though that really annoyed me. Shall I share it with you from Drive to Survive? It's just a clip, but I'll share it. I'll share it just because this is the sort of stuff that pisses me off in Drive to Survive. I like the behind the scenes, but stuff like this irritates the hell out of me. Right, get ready. This is going to anger you. Listen to the team radio. Listen to the team radio.
George, car behind him. Canon's car ahead. Russell is struggling.
What?
George, car behind him.
They've got a clip of Lance Stroll's engineer talking to him about George Russell struggling, but it's the start of a race. They've taken this clip of a start of a race and they put a radio message like they do from somewhere else going, yeah, Lance, George is struggling. What? We've just... I don't understand why they do this. It really, really bothers me. It's not anything new. They've done it since the start. They just chop up clips and change radio messages into other positions that it was never meant to be, and it makes it look like there's drama when there isn't. But I mean, it's so stupid, isn't it? Sometimes it's from a completely different race, SpongeBlunt. Sometimes they literally take radio directed from two people and mishmash it onto different fights. From different races sometimes.
Car ahead, Russell is struggling.
I don't understand how anyone could not be bothered by that. Even as a new viewer, that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense, but yeah. There we go. There we go. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? So yeah, I saw that clip and I was like, yeah, I'm not really sure I want to watch this. Because that clip was just annoying me. Yeah, I only watch it for the behind the scenes bits as well. That's the only interest I have in it, but... And I know you could say, well, yeah, it doesn't matter, blah, 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 but there's no need for that. There's no need to be cutting radio clips that don't match, especially when it doesn't make sense. Like, a driver at the start of the race, you're not going to be getting a radio message like that. You don't need to do it. Those shots of the cars are already good enough, and mate, it's dramatized enough. You don't need to be chopping that stuff up. It's so irritating. And they were doing it last season to forge a narrative. It's just unnecessary. And I think anyone, even that doesn't know Formula One, maybe could look at that and say, car ahead is struggling. Hold on, they just started the race. It's not logical. Like, it's not logical, is it? Oh yeah, no Gunther. Someone told me that they barely covered the fact that Red Bull was dominating last season. They didn't really talk about it. Just pretended like it wasn't happening. I say someone told me. I saw it online. About this season of Drive to Survive. Yeah. One of my biggest issues with it is the way they jump around for teams. So they'll start, let's say, at the season opener with one team, and then they'll carry on with that team and go to Spain or somewhere, and then it'll go back to the first race and show you other clips, but this is now from a different team's perspective, and it chops around quite a lot, which I don't love. But that's the narrative they've gone for, you know, it's fine. If it gets people interested in Formula One, I understand it and all that, but I don't like the way that they take people's radio messages and make it look like something else is happening. It's that I don't like. It's not right. I don't think they should be allowed to take radio messages and move them from one race and put them in another race and make it look... I think they should be forced to have some continuity in that regard, where they're not allowed to just force these narratives by chopping up radio messages that weren't even there, because they've done that in the past. They've taken like a driver saying, "Oh, he's pushed me off," and it wasn't even the same guy or the same race. They've pulled it from a different race. Like, it's really bad. Yeah, I don't think... If you're new to the sport and like you've only just watched Drive to Survive and you hadn't watched the races, you probably wouldn't know that those radio messages weren't from where they were from. So I appreciate that. The new fan probably wouldn't know, which is fair. I think it is frustrating for people who've watched it and know that they're manufacturing stuff, and that's just a bit lame. But that's life. Piastri's straight into some long runs. I wonder if there is some. Yeah, it's a good question also. Do you think there are people that just watch Drive to Survive but don't watch the races? Maybe. Maybe they just watch Drive to Survive on Netflix and watch it, but they actually don't, watch the races. It's possible. I'm sorry. Ooh. I mean, Alonso seems to think he can race until he's 50. I mean, I don't bloody think so. I think Alonso will just carry on and while he's enjoying it. I think Alonso will go for 2 more years, is my guess. 2 more years and then he'll be done. Yeah, I mean, I try and watch every race. I mostly watch every race. I watch all the practice sessions, but there's sometimes when I'm away or out or something, I can't watch a race, and then I just try and record it and watch it when I get back. I don't miss that many races, but the odd one. I'll try just not to know the result and then watch it when I get back. I'll miss the qualifying session for Japan. Ironically, I'm on my honeymoon this year for 2 weeks or just over 2 weeks, and it's in the middle of a Formula One break. It wasn't planned that way. I get back from America on the Friday or Thursday night, and the session starts on the Friday for the Formula One race. So. So I did that, timed that pretty well. I think I go in between the Singapore Grand Prix and the Austin Grand Prix. So it all just worked out. YouTube TV. I'm not sure what that is. We start in New York, current. I think we're in New York for 3 days. Then we go to LA to get on a cruise, and we go on a cruise for a week. to we go San Diego, San Francisco, Catalina Island, and then somewhere in Mexico. I can't remember now. And then we come back off that, back into LA, and then we go to Vegas for 4 days. And then we come home. So this year's all about saving for that now. Nah. There's like 2 C days and the rest is... So, you know, we're going to book Alcatraz and we'll do Alcatraz. We'll be in San Fran from like 7 a.m. until like 11 p.m. So we'll have a day in San Fran, a day in San Diego, a day in Catalina Island. Yeah, we'll be all right. And then we'll have a few days to experience New York and then a few days to experience Vegas, go to the Grand Canyon. I'm not a betting man. I don't care for that Vegas, but I do want to experience it and, you know, visit a few places in and around. San Francisco, I'm really looking forward to going to. Alcatraz, I've always wanted to visit. New York, the same. Never been to New York, so I've always wanted to go. A large chunk is being... you know, from money that we got from the wedding for like, you know, people who've given money. So, yeah. I did want to kind of do, or I still want to do like some sort of drive across America, Route 66 or something like that, but maybe another time. He's another smart guy, Dan Fallows. He's talking to Sky at the minute. He worked alongside Adrian Newey. Fremont. What is Fremont? Is that a place in Vegas, Fremont? What is it? The Fremont Street Experience. I actually think they might be setting up the Grand Prix when we go there. Possible. Maybe I'll go to the tables and win millions, and I'll come back. I'll come back rich. Unlikely. I don't gamble, and and so I have no idea about any of any of the games really. I like the way Dan Fallows speaks. Very calm, and I like it. Alonso's just cracking on with some higher fuel runs on the C3. Okay. Dan saying there might be low fuel running for Aston, but he can't, he can't guarantee it. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think New York is New York and Vegas are two places I've always wanted to go, but they're not places I want to stay for a long time, which is why I'm kind of glad with the way we're doing it. Where Joe loves cruises. She's always trying to get me on a cruise since we've been together. And that's why we're kind of sort of bookending it into something else, because I don't want to spend too much time in Vegas, really. I just want to experience it, Grand Canyon, yada, yada, yada. And New York, I know there's a lot you can do in New York. I think we're there for 3 nights, 4 days in New York, so we'll make the most of our time there. Me and Joe have not been on a holiday abroad together since we got together. And we've been together 6 years. I've never been abroad with Joe. We've been to local in the UK. Like we're going away for a few days in March because Joe's mum and dad have basically paid for a lodge in Centre Parks and asked us if we want to go for free. So we were like, yes. But we haven't been abroad together. We haven't been on an actual holiday together since we got together, and then we got married, and then so it'll be nice just to get away. Our first holiday together will be a honeymoon, which is a bit bizarre. Such is life. Yeah, Vegas I'm anticipating to be a little bit odd. But, you know. The travel agent had put us in the Trump Hotel, but we said no. We're like, nah, we don't want that one. I can't remember what the hotel is now. Not that I want you to know anyway, but originally they'd put us in the Trump Hotel. And we were like, no. I don't think so. Oh my God. That is a neck crack and a half. This HUD overlay that they've got now on Sky TV, the one on the Halo, which I really like. I like the way they've integrated over the last few years, they've integrated all that information onto the Halo. I like how they've added the turn numbers now. It's really good. Yeah, but I think as someone, if you've never been to Vegas, you want to just go see the strip, and walk down it and have a nose, But yeah, I think as with any of these places that are tourist traps, tourists go there and filter in, but the locals know what's up. Do you know what I mean? Like people in the know where to go and where to avoid. George Russell cracking on. How many laps has George Russell done? 3. So he can crack on. He's doing long runs, and I know that because he doesn't have the DRS open. So Japan is another place I would like to go at some point. like, I'd like to go to Tokyo. I'd like to visit certain places in Japan. There's just some beautiful places in Japan. I'm not very well traveled. I've been to very, very few places. The last holiday abroad I went on was when I was 21. I went to Ibiza when I was 21. I'm now 38. I haven't been on a holiday abroad for 17 years. I've been out of the country with work, but they're all just fleeting visits. Like, I went to Germany Gamescom like in 2018, 2017. So if you count that, you know, I've been to LA a couple times with work, but they were literally fly in, go to an event, record, fly back, go back to the airport, fly home. I mean, that was pretty much it. Didn't get to see anything. But the last holiday I had was a long time ago. So I've been to LA. That's the only place I've been to in America. I went to Paris once, again, for an event with Ubisoft. I got on the Eurotunnel. A taxi took us to the event. Literally, took us to the event. And then the event finished. A car took us back to the Eurotunnel. And then I came straight home. And then I had to get a train from London to where I am. So, like... it sounds glamorous. Oh, I'm going to Paris with work. Yeah, but I don't see it. Literally in the back of a car, and then a warehouse, and then I go back. That's it. You don't really have much time to be doing wandering. Not particularly glam, let me tell you. It sounds glam, but it's not. Gaming events seem less and less these days. They don't really do... Well, it's not that they don't do them, but during COVID, because they did so many like from home events in different ways, it feels like they're not as, you know, not as popular now. So yeah, I've only been to Cruise, but I'm looking forward to going. That's much later in the year, though. We got plenty of Formula One to get through before then. And like I say, I won't miss any of the races because it's in between a bit of a gap, so we're all right. I'll plan some videos for YouTube between the time I'm away. You know, we'll think of something. Yeah, see, this is something else I missed. Joe's very well traveled. She went a lot of places when she was younger. Joe's been to Florida and been to Disney World and, you know, what's it called? Universal Studios. I've not been to like Disney World or Universal Studios. I've not been to Disneyland Paris or anything like that. So I'd love to do that at some point. So yeah, I've not been to Disney World or anything. I'd like to go there at one point. Drayton Manor Park and Zoo. Listen, I wouldn't mind having some places I can take Joe to in the UK, though. Maybe meet up with some people. I know Bong meets up with Adam quite a lot. Bong meets up with Adam. Bong meets up with Andrew and Irina quite a lot. You know, they go to zoos and stuff. Maybe just message them and get involved and go see some animals somewhere. Yeah, it's complete coincidence, Jaden. I can't believe that I got the schedule. I didn't plan it either. Joe just told me the dates of the holiday, the cruise, and all that. I was like, yeah, it's fine. Obviously, I'm not going to say, oh, I can't do it there because it's a Formula One race. I mean, that'd be ridiculous. And it just happened to be in a gap. Just pure coincidence. Yeah, I'm sure we'll go to Universal at some point, but I can't see it being anytime soon, Current, because we're borrowing some more money off Joe's mum and dad to be able to afford this honeymoon. I said to Joe we couldn't afford it. I said it's too much money. And it's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's not like a lot of money for some people, but it's a lot of money for us. I said, no. I told Joe, I said, we need to wind this back. We've got to get something that suits our means. And she's obviously told that to her mum and dad. And her dad's like, well, we'll give you the money and it'll be a loan. I was like, no, you've given us so much money. Anyway, he wouldn't take no for an answer, and Joe's accepted it, so... Because we've got to pay it off by June. Bloody nightmare. Stresses me out, money. It gives me anxiety. So, we've got to save for that. And then, I'm sure there'll be then something else to save for the year after, whatever that's going to be. It's expensive, though. People go there all the time. I don't know how people do it, because it's expensive. Like, flights and stuff to America are a lot. Like, flights to America are significant. That's the biggest expense, isn't it? I had to get my new passport. Do you know what? My passport was expiring, and you need a certain amount of... I think it was expiring in November. So I got a new passport. I filled in the application online on Sunday, posted my passport back to them on Monday. I had my new passport in my hand Thursday morning. I was actually like, wow, okay. Oh, yeah, I haven't saved anything, Tom. I can't. I don't make enough money to be able to save. I'm scrimping at the end of every month. Joe's the one that saves. And I said that to her. I was like, listen, that's not fair. She's like, well, listen, I've got the money. I know I can save this amount, or I think I can save this amount. I don't make enough money to be able to put money aside. You know, it's the same for everyone, isn't it? You've just got this situation where, you know, you've just got to match what you do and what you do to, you know, to how much income you've got. It's the same for everyone. Yeah. I mean, yeah, living together, you know, and you can combine incomes, obviously makes it substantially easier for most people. Absolutely. You know, probably living alone has never been harder in terms of costs and things like that. And depending on your job and how much money you make, you know, it's obviously different for everyone, but I don't think I couldn't live alone. Not now. I have done in the past, but I don't think I could now. Anyway, enough talk about that. We're not hard done by. I've said this before. We're not. We get by just fine. There's plenty of people that are, you know, significantly 100 times worse than we are, and we've got to be very grateful. We've got to be very grateful. We do just fine. We do just fine. We're very lucky, though, me and Joe. We've got a really good family group around us that are always there to help, and we're just very lucky. I'm very lucky. What happened to Piastri? Well, Piastri hasn't really got going yet. He's just doing his run plan on high fuel. That's why he's slower. Don't look at the times. They're just doing high fuel runs, McLaren. What you need to know about McLaren is Lando only got 20 laps in this morning before they had an issue with the car. So for the rest of their day, they're probably going to focus up on making up lost time that they lost this morning. Oh, and so Fernando goes very, very wide on the C2 tyre. Into turn 10. How long have you been living with your other half now, Tom? I was still surprised to learn that that she was real. I was shooketh to learn that she was real. Unbelievable, Jeff. You only heard the second half of that. I said, how long have you been living with your partner? I said I was still surprised that she was real. That's what I said. Because I didn't know that you'd moved down to Essex. Well, I haven't spoken to you for a while, to be fair. But... 2 years? Has it really been that long? Fucking hell. So have you been in Essex for 2 years? Oh no, have you only you moved to Essex in December? Christ. Time moves on, doesn't it? Let me ask you a question, Tom. Why don't you have a Scottish accent? You lived in Scotland for how bloody long? Isle of Mull? Glasgow? Why do you not have a Scottish twang? Yeah, you're not. Are you even real Scottish, bro? Why are you not real? Yeah, the flow viz on that McLaren is it's plastered on the side of that car, isn't it? Whew. I don't want to be clear. Oh my god, it's all over the cockpit as well. Look at it. No, listen. I know there's more accents than you know, Braveheart, Tom, but you don't have a Scottish twang to me, which I thought maybe you would have, having lived there for so long. I am an accent. What's the what's that term? Oh, like who blends in? What's the? I can't think of the animal now. No, not a connoisseur, but my accent changes depending on who I'm with. It does change, like a chameleon. Yeah, if I'm with someone that's really Welsh, or I just notice it, I just start talking more Welsh, and it's not. I start putting emphasis on my words, not intentionally. It's just the way it is. Mine's always been like that. I take after my dad. I'd go somewhere with my dad, like we'd go down to London when I was with him, you know, in the summer holidays, and he'd be speaking to someone, a Cockney, and I'd notice that his accent would start adapting to him. And I do the same. Without realizing it, I do the same. You try to out-Scottish each other. I think you've got him beat on that. You sound real Scottish, and Tom is definitely fake Scottish. Now, this won't be a shock to you, but I also pick up words and phrases that other people use, and I like. You spend enough time with Tom and Adam, and the amount of sort of phrases that Tom will come out with, I pick up that stuff like a parrot so easily. I really do. I pick it up without even realizing it. Why have you started using sick of it? absolutely sick of it. I've got Joe saying all sorts of stuff she would... stupid phrases. I've got her saying like meme and bants and all sorts. I don't speak any other language now. I can speak a very limited amount of Welsh, and I can read some Welsh, but not properly. Well, I'm planning on playing CS later, Tom. I can't speak for anyone else, but I will definitely be playing. Oh, baby. There might be room, Tom, because Andrew's not around tonight and Ali's at LAN, so... Yeah. But a buttered dog, he did carry us to victory. Fair play. Fair play to him, you know. I take my hat off to him. Fair play to him. There was something that I got Joe to start saying, and she started saying it in work now, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, it's just something really stupid. Every time Joe would say something to me that was like that was like something bad, I'd go, oh no. Just like that. It could be anything, right? It could be anything. Something could happen on TV and I just go, oh no. Just in a stupid voice like that. I did it for a couple of weeks. She started saying it in work. I started saying like ironically. I think I'd said on stream that I was trying to get Joe to say the word meme. So in conversation with Joe, it could be dangerous being a nurse, yeah. In conversation with Joe, I would start saying, oh, it's a bloody meme, isn't it? Or just stuff like that, putting it in conversation. And then one day, she used it herself. And I was just like, yes. She said she said it in the office one day. She'd like read an email or something and she just heard herself like say, oh no. Oh, it made my day. I can't. There was some other phrase that I've got into her vocabulary now, and I can't remember what it is. Yeah, there was another one I can't remember. Apparently, there's Formula One still happening. I forgot about that. Oh god. Oh god, Tom, that's a bit extreme. No, I don't say that. No, I don't really say that, Current. Not really. I mean, I might say it on stream, but I don't really say it in my day-to-day life. Have you looked up your bum? Oh, no. Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like, you know, as you know, when, you know, Tommy and Adam come out with a lot of phrases, you know, whatever it might be. And if I play with them, to be fair, I haven't really played with them properly for a while, which is a shame. But if I play with them regularly and there's some sort of new phrase that they've picked up, I'll be saying it within a day. It's just subconscious. I can't help it. I don't know what that's called. There's probably a name for it, isn't it? When you pick up phrases off someone really easily. There's probably something. It's probably called something. And don't say twat or something like that. That's not. There'll be a name for it. Sorry, that sounds like a disease? Echolalia? Is that how you say it? Meaningless repetition of words just spoken by another person occurring as a symptom of mental conditions? What? Or repetition of speech by a child learning to talk. So I'm either a child or I'm mental. Is that what you're saying? Wow. I feel like you've really hit me quite hard though. Yeah, you do tend to have different phrases with different friends though. We are all children at heart, yes, this is true. Shadow of a fox. Tom does come out with some fantastic phrases. He really does. Shadow of a fox. Oh, God. Yuki Tsunoda. What's he up to? Linguistic convergence. Now that sounds good. Yeah, that was a lot of downshift revs. His name is Yuki. Yuki Tsunoda. Right, Verstappen's out. How many laps has he done? He's done a total of 8 laps. And he's already 3/10 up in the first sector straight away. Okay, yeah. Bye. Have a good time. Like, Perez was out all this morning and he couldn't beat Sainz's time. Yeah, Max is out straight away and he's already going to smash it within 5 laps or something. We've got no hope. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to have to get used to seeing Max at the top of the timetables for the rest of the day, folks. So we may as well get it over with now. (31-0). He didn't get purple in the last sector, though. He did run a little bit wide, and it was only green in the final sector. So... yes. Why is it that Sergio Perez hasn't been at the top of the times, but Max has? Hmm. Yeah, I sadly think you're right. I think that is just the normal difference he is to Max. That's just the difference he is, isn't it? How smooth that car is over the bumps. It's so smooth. Smooth like chocolate. All I'm saying, okay, all I'm saying is if you were a betting person, you'd be very, very brave to bet against Max winning this year, wouldn't you? You'd be incredibly brave to bet against Max winning another championship this year. Would that be his... How many he won in 2021, 2022? God, that would be his fourth, wouldn't it? That'd be his fourth championship. If you bet against Max and then Max accidentally falls off his bike and then suddenly you win millions. So this would be his fourth championship in a row, yeah. No, the Sergeant hasn't gone out. Hasn't been out yet. I think Albon's still in the car. Yeah, Albon is still in the car. So Sergeant isn't even in the car at the minute. I'm surprised they haven't put him in the car yet. Yes, yes, yes. Max Verstappen. I will say this. While Red Bull had the quickest car last year, Max was the difference. He was the difference. Perez barely made it to P2 in the championship. If it wasn't for Max, that car would have looked normal. So Max did make the difference, but it's more about him being able to extract the maximum performance out of a good car, if that makes sense. Whereas Perez isn't good enough to get the most out of that good car. He's just a different breed. He's just a different breed. He's from a very young age, he's got that feeling of the car. He knows what he's doing. Just like Lewis when Lewis was younger and in karting and all that. You sometimes get these drivers that just are naturally exceptionally gifted. They know where the limit is and how to feel for that limit, and you know, there's no shame in it. There's no shame in being second to Max Verstappen. I'm sure he's crying into his 20 million a year. I've only got 20 million. You know what I mean? Or however much Perez is making, I don't know. I'm sure he's sad. But let's be real. I miss Kimi Räikkönen. I miss Kimi. He was so He was so uninterested, though, wasn't he? He just didn't care. Like 90% of the time, he was just like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to know. If you're saying objectively, could any driver have been as quick in the Red Bull? If we're saying they had to jump straight into that Red Bull, having not tried the year's car before and not got up to speed, then I think no. If you're saying if you put Max and another driver in a car they both hadn't driven, would he wipe the floor with them? I think there's some drivers that would be able to match him. Beat him, I don't know. I'd say Alonso, Leclerc, Hamilton, maybe Norris. Would they be able to beat him? I don't know. I think it'd be close between them, but if you're going to put someone in that Red Bull in a team that Max is the number one driver in, and is, you know, he's driven that car for a number of years now, I don't think they're going to go in there and beat him, no. I don't think any of the drivers in the grid would go into that Red Bull and beat him. Yeah, it's all relative, isn't it? Like, Perez is obviously an exceptional driver. He's won Formula One races. His performance in was it Bahrain on the other circuit of Bahrain? Where was it when he replaced? No, he was racing for Racing Point, and it was. I'm sure it was the race where George Russell was in the Mercedes for Lewis, and he had a puncture, and they swapped Bottas's tyres onto George Russell's, and Perez ended up winning the race in the Racing Point. And he's won races. He's had good performances. He's obviously a very good racing driver. He's obviously better than most to be in Formula One, right? At the same breath, there's levels to this shit. There are exceptionally good snooker players that could smash my face off, but they're not Ronnie O'Sullivan. You know what I mean? There's levels to this. Yeah, Lance got the podium. God, I still feel quite bad for George after that race. Will Buxton just called him Georgie Russell, and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like the fact he called him Georgie Russell. That's not his name. Oh, well, yeah, but he's a fucking 7-time world champion. What tournament was Ronnie playing in last night? What was he playing? Oh, it was the Players' Championship. I mean, he's won 4 titles this year, UK Championship and the Masters already. I think he's doing all right for himself. Players Tournament it was. Just had a look. There's something wrong with the audio on the engines. There's like this rumbly sort of interference, like this roar. It's weird. Oh God, listen to this. Fernando Alonso. I think 19 drivers in the paddock now think that they will not win the championship. I would say after seeing Max and Red Bull this year in this car, there are less chances for everybody to win a race this year. Everyone thinks that Red Bull are miles ahead. That's so depressing. That's so depressing. Hmm. Uh. Yay, 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 yay. It's worrying, isn't it? It's worrying when everyone basically says that they're ahead by miles. And that's just concerning. No, I mean, Max hasn't been challenged for the last couple of years, but I don't think it takes away from his performances. Like last year, for instance, he was, incredible. He put in all the performances, the fastest laps, the qualifying laps. He didn't make any mistakes. You got to give him credit for that. Admittedly, he didn't have much of a challenge last year, but still got to give credit where credit's due. But looking at everything, yeah, people are not optimistic about challenging Red Bull. I think it looks like from testing, people have already resigned themselves to the fact that they're not going to be able to match Red Bull this year. That's every team has seemed to resign themselves. And I don't think that's just spiel. They've all resigned themselves to the fact that they can't beat Red Bull. And that's upsetting. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing, Papaya. Ferrari being 2 to 3 tenths off Red Bull isn't good enough. And I'll tell you for why. Because they were 2 to 3 tenths off Red Bull here last year. So if they are indeed 2 to 3 tenths off Red Bull this year, then it means that really it's just another status quo and no progress has been made. I know that's not the true story because there will be progress made on their race pace and various other things. But they were 3 tenths off last year. And Red Bull are still bringing this upgrade, apparently, in 4 races' time that's going to make them even quicker. So if they really are that good, then it's going to be a fucking boring season. But fair play to them if that's the case. They've smashed it again. So we'll see. Obviously, we'll see, but every single person in the paddock is not just saying, oh, we don't know where they are. Everyone's saying Red Bull are miles ahead. They're not all wrong. They're not just saying it for the sake of saying it. They're saying it because their internal data shows that. So they know that Red Bull's miles ahead. And so... Well, yeah, that's the other problem. When we had Mercedes dominating, at least Hamilton and Rosberg were fighting each other for the win, right? Perez doesn't have the pace to fight Max Verstappen. And so when he gets going, there's no one to challenge him. There's literally no one to challenge him. He's not being challenged by his teammate. Because Perez just isn't good enough. And so that's incredibly frustrating. It would at least be better if the two Red Bulls were fighting each other, but they're not. So Nameless one. Red Bull cheated. Why they so fast? Because they did a better job, my man. That's why. I know it sounds pretty defeatist, Papaya. I know, you know, again, I've made the point for 3 days of saying testing times don't matter, but I'm not basing this on the times. I'm basing this on what the teams are saying and how the car looks. Breaking the cost cap had nothing to do with this car. Had nothing to do with it at all. All joking aside, they breached the cost cap by a very small amount in 2021. It had nothing to do with the 2022 car. It had nothing to do with the 2023 car. We're now in 2024. People have got to stop using that as some sort of excuse. It's got nothing to do with breaking the cost cap 3 years ago. It really doesn't. It's to do with the fact that a new era of car came and they did a better job, and that's that. I don't think their penalty was severe enough for breach of the cost cap, personally, but yeah. They got what they got, and that was that. It didn't give them an advantage for 3 years. I think what you're misunderstanding, Nameless One, is they were then given a disadvantage. They were given less wind tunnel time and less computer time because of that cost cap, which impacted them last year. So it's all, you know, ebbs and flows. They're not ahead now because of that breach. That might have given them an advantage in the 2021 season, but not in these seasons. What are you talking about, dude? Red Bull did this on purpose to make Max look better than he is. Are you on something? Like, seriously? What are you talking about? How are they making Max look better than he is? He looks that good because he is that good. They're trying to make Max overshadow what Lewis has done in the sport. That's why they changed. Do you know what? Like, some people, man, are just so blinded by like some sort of either dislike for one person or support for another. They just make up narratives and conspiracies. It's absolutely bonkers what some people think. There's no way anyone thinks that. Yeah. Red Bull went, we're going to give Max a lame teammate to make Max look better. Jesus Christ. They spent the entire season trying to get Perez to have better results. And Max doesn't need Perez, a bad teammate, to look good. He'd compete with anyone that you put in that car. It's absolutely bonkers mindset to have that if that's really what you think, dude, then honestly. Honestly. Oh my good God. I refuse to believe that people actually think that. Like, I'm a Hamilton fan, by the way. I'm British. I want to see Hamilton do well. But what you're saying is just absolute nonsense. Absolute tripe. It's a conspiracy to try and make Max look better than he is to surpass Hamilton. Oh, God. Yeah, they've just made this really good car and they've put Max in it and he just happens to have looked better than he is and won all the races. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. Wilco, help me. I can't. We've got 3 hours left. Yeah. They got rid of Albon because he was so quick. Why did they change the rule? For better overtaking. They changed the rules for better overtaking so cars could follow closely. There was no guarantee that Mercedes weren't going to smash the new regulations. Like, why did the rules change in 2014 and Mercedes started dominating? You could say the same thing. Oh, why did they do that? It was to help Mercedes. Like, that's life. The rules change. You've got to be a real conspiracy theorist to genuinely think that they changed the rules so Max could start winning. Like, come on. You need to get a... Honestly, like, I'm trying to be reserved here, but you need to honestly get a grip. You're talking absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And no, Lewis hasn't had the car the last couple of years to compete with Max, but no one has. Red Bull have just done a better job. These rules have been coming into effect. They were coming into effect for years. They were making big sweeping changes because the cars were getting too aerodynamically dependent and the cars couldn't follow each other. It's nothing to do with... I wonder how we can screw Lewis over. That's nonsense. They changed it so cars could follow. Absolute madness that you would think that, honestly. In fact, it's so mad that I can't talk about it anymore. I've given that too much attention because it's obviously an absolute batshit crazy thing to think. And I simply can't give it any more purchase. No, it's not Peter, Eddie. Oh God, no. Honestly, there's two groups of people that I genuinely dislike. No, I'm not putting them all in this group. There are people who are so for Max Verstappen and so for Lewis Hamilton that they can't see the wood for the trees. They're so blinded by their support for one person that they just say and come up with absolutely absurd theories to fit their narrative. And it's absolutely bonkers. You wish you could just sit them down and just, say, listen, you're being ridiculous. They cheated Lewis in 2021. Yes, they did. They absolutely did. I'm not denying that. But it was a mistake. The guy's made a mistake. It is what it is. We all know that it was wrong. But you need to fucking get over it now. It's over. It's done. It's 3 years ago. Should Lewis have won the championship that day? Yes. Was Michael Massey wrong in what he did? Yes. It's done. But now you're saying that there's a bigger conspiracy. You're saying they conspired to cheat him out of the title and then change the rules so that he could never win again, so they can get Max to win to overshadow Lewis. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand why people are still bringing up 2021. It was 3 years ago now. You got to get over it. You've got to get over it. Honestly, it was painful at the time. Especially if you're a Lewis Hamilton fan, it was painful at the time. But you've got to move on. You've got to. I think anyone that looked at Max Verstappen coming into the sport, when he came into the sport in Toro Rosso and everything he was doing in with Red Bull, and doesn't appreciate how good he was back then you don't understand racing. Like, no one needs to make Max look good. He does that pretty well on his own, He's an exceptional racer. And he has been since he joined the sport. He was rough around the edges when he first joined, and he was making a lot of mistakes. But if you go back and you look at Lewis Hamilton, especially in the McLaren early days, he was making a lot of mistakes going for gaps that weren't there. And there was calls for him to, sort it out. There's actually there was a call from Nicky Lauda saying that Hamilton should be banned from the sport or something. He was calling for him because he was making mistakes, and then Nicky Lauda brought him to Mercedes. Max is just he's another level, and there's drivers on the grid that I think can match him and are great, but Max doesn't need anyone else to make him look better. If you think there's better drivers out there, that's fine. That's fine. You can have that opinion. I currently don't think there is a better driver out there than Max at the level he's performing at, but you're entitled to that opinion. But I think you're basically, the way you're wording it is that Max isn't good and they're trying to make him look better. If you genuinely believe that, you're not being objective at all. You're just being someone that is hating for the sake of hating. Anyone objective that looks at the sport knows how good Max is. If you're pretending like he's not good, it's just because you don't want it to be true. That's just truth. Maybe I just don't know what's really going on. Yeah. Because you do, because there's a deep conspiracy. I don't know. Maybe Max Verstappen's got an alien inside the car as well, and that's where it's been hiding all this fucking time from when it landed on the Earth. Maybe the FIA gave Max Verstappen one of the alien artifacts they found on Mars, and he keeps it with him in the bottom of the car, and it actually gives him extra boost. Maybe that's real. I don't know. But it's still nonsense, isn't it? Maybe Verstappen's actually an alien. Maybe he's not Dutch at all. Listen, in theory, anything is possible. What if Max has all this time been carrying around an alien artifact with him that gives him extra power? I just can't stand people that can't be subjective. I really can't. There's people on all sides, Verstappen fans, Lewis fans, Ferrari fans, Mercedes fans, that can't be objective. They can't look at an incident between two drivers, and even if it's black and white that it was Lewis's fault or Max's fault, they can't possibly go against their driver. Well, you're not an objective person. Or there's people that are just so cult Lewis Hamilton or so cult Max Verstappen that they just say shit and go against regardless of what it is. They're against it. They're against it. They're against it. They will only defend their driver regardless of what they do. It's bonkers to me. You know, a lot of people just aren't objective. They're not. They just can't be objective about a situation. They just can't. He's like, Do I want to see Max winning? No, I don't. You know, I'd love to see Lando and Lewis. I would. But I don't know how anyone could not appreciate how good Max is. We obviously don't want him winning all the races. Not because I hate Max Verstappen, but because obviously it would be great if the sport was a bit closer right now. It was the same thing people were talking about when Lewis was winning with Mercedes, right? It goes both ways. You know? It goes both ways. When you say we've been watching the sport long enough, who do you mean, dude? And you're not a big Lewis fan. You might not be a Lewis fan, but you seem to dislike Max Verstappen. And I tell you what, you'd have got me by saying you're not a Lewis fan, because you seem to be saying he's the best thing since sliced bread. So I mean, you've got me. Yeah, Verstappen has won everything he's done, but so have some of the other drivers. Like, some of the best drivers are the ones that have gone into like Formula 3, Formula 2 and just won it first time. Max didn't race in Formula 2, I don't think. He made the jump straight up to Formula 1. And like Lewis, they've won everything they've raced in. And they didn't need to take two stabs at it. Ultimately, though, right? Everyone's going to have their favourite drivers, or a lot of people. Everyone's going to have their favourite drivers. It's fine. They're going to have their different opinions on who's the best, who's the worst, who's the best team, who's the worst team. They're going to have opinions on every race and every decision that's been made, and everyone's entitled to those opinions. You know? Just as I am, just as you are. But, I mean, sometimes I think you've got to be objective in certain situations. And as long as you can be objective, you can still support that person. You know, I could still support Lando or Lewis or Albon. But I'd like to think I'd still be objective when the time comes for it. Supporting one person doesn't mean you have to pull down someone else. I feel like that's a lot of mentality with people. When it comes to Hamilton fans and Lewis fans, their way of building up Lewis is by pulling down Max, and vice versa. Their way of building up Max is by trying to pull down Lewis. That's the way that people are. But you don't... Right, sorry. I was completely distracted there, but yeah, Charles Leclerc just went to the top of the timesheets while I was nabbering on. 0.3 quicker. He did a 30.4. Yeah, just enjoy the sport. Support who you're going to support, but yeah, you don't need to go over the top with it, do you? He was on the C3, I believe. Let me just go back and check. Oh, no, he wasn't. He was on the C4. Oh, God. Yeah, he was on the C4. I thought he was on the C3, but he was on C4. Pain. Opium. Listen, your opinion that Red Bull should give us a better co-driver to Max Verstappen is fine. I don't disagree that Checo isn't good enough. But your way of putting it across like it's some sort of conspiracy that they purposely give him a bad teammate to make Max look good is tripe. They got rid of Gasly because he wasn't doing good enough. They got rid of Albon because he wasn't doing good enough. They obviously want someone that's good enough. It's just that it's hard to find someone on Max's level. And that's just the reality. It is what it is. I would rather he had a better teammate, yeah. But it's not a conspiracy. Okay, mental to think that it's a conspiracy. We got 2 hours 43 left of testing. And I've got about 2 hours 30 left of patience. Let's have a look at this lap from Max. We would definitely like to see more competition, won't we? That's what we all want, ultimately. And we hope we'll get it this year, but we just don't know. Based on what I've seen in testing, it doesn't look like Perez has got the pace in this car that Max does. And that shouldn't surprise us. Also, sidebar, Max is not that much slower on a harder compound tyre. He's yellow in the first sector, but green in the second. Only 0.2 down. Three and a half tenths, so 30.7 on a used set of C3s. Now, the delta between those sets of tyres is meant to be 5 to 6 tenths. So, yeah. Horder is all about Max beating Lewis. Trust me. Trust me, bro. He would prefer losing the team title than Lewis beating Max to the Drivers' Championship. Oh my good God. It's like... Yo, you're an idiot. Like, honestly, you're an idiot. Lewis hasn't been a challenge to Red Bull for 2 fucking years. What are you talking about? I mean, honestly, dude. I'm going to have to... I'm going to have to just put you in a timeout. I can't deal with you anymore. I can't see your messages anymore. It's triggering me. It's triggering me too much. Your bias is genuinely unbelievable. Like, Christian Horner's entire job is to make sure that Max beats Lewis. You must beat Lewis. We don't care about the title, but you must beat Lewis. That's what Christian Horner's thinking about. Lewis hasn't been in competitions with them for 2 fucking years, and yet he still thinks that's what Christian Horner's job title is. Like, come on. Get a grip, man. Your bias is unbelievable. Unbelievable bias. Jesus Christ. He said, Christian Horner only wants to make sure Max beats Lewis. Trust me. Trust me, bro. Christ. I've never known something to be so mad. That guy, honestly, I can't believe people think that. Do people genuinely think like this? With that level of conspiracy theory? Are people really that... No. I don't really understand why Sargent isn't in the car now. Because we're 2.5 hours left in the last session and they haven't done a driver swap yet and he hasn't been in the car. So I don't understand why he's not in the car. I mean, yeah, so some people just let their bias just completely cloud any logical judgment. Do you know what I mean? Whether it's bias for Lewis or against Red Bull, they just let their bias completely cloud any logical thought. Did Sargent finish? Oh, yes, sorry, you're completely right. You're completely right. It's only Albon in the car today. Sargent did... Yes, sorry, yeah. So they shared the first day, then Sargent did all day yesterday, and Albon's doing all day today. You're absolutely right. Sargent isn't meant to be in the car. Yeah. You're right. Well, it is Max's era. It's been Max's era now for 2 years, and I think it will continue for this year, to be honest. That's just the way Formula One rumbles, isn't it? We go through these eras, and, you know, it's the way it is. It's the way it is. I think some people just think that there's some sort of conspiracy behind it, though, and that, well, they're nut jobs, though, aren't they? Let's be honest. I think when you have someone that's that biased, though, you can't have a debate with them. You know, if people have got differing opinions on drivers and teams and all that, I don't mind talking about that. I'd like to think I'm objective enough that I can discuss it from both angles. But when you've got someone that's obviously got that level of bias, you can't really. I mean, I tried to, but you can't speak to people like that. Like, you can't. I tried to just for the sake of conversation because sometimes you got nothing else to talk about, but you can't fight with people that have got logic like that. Yeah, the Sauber with Flovis on it does genuinely look... Well, the Flovis yesterday or the day before, when the Sauber had Flovis all over it, it looked actually really nice. It was amazing. Yeah. No, there isn't. I think that's sometimes my problem is that I can't get my head around the way some people think. And I try and argue with people. Sometimes I do try and argue or understand people when you know that I should have just ignored what he was saying because I knew that I wasn't going to get through to him. But I tried to see where it was going to go. But in reality, you know it's not going to go anywhere pretty early on, don't you? And I don't want to say it's stupid people or something like that because it sounds like I'm saying that someone's stupid that has a differing opinion to me. You can have a differing opinion, you know, but when your opinion is formed based on absolute nonsense, it's, you know, it's kind of an untrustworthy opinion then, isn't it? Isn't there like a famous saying like you can't well, I say famous, but there is a saying like you can't argue with stupid. Well, yeah, I like the way you've put that, Red. That is very true. Because that, you know, everyone can have an opinion. But everyone also has the right to ignore that opinion and laugh at that opinion. Because that's someone else's opinion. Oh, Alonso's just on a purple first sector. What tyre is Alonso on? Hope we go through to Alonso in a second. Alonso's on the C3. People change as they get older as well, and I think you reflect. I sometimes think about my life before I met Joe, and he's down in the second sector because obviously I was married before, and I sometimes look back and genuinely, I don't mean this in a bad way, you know. I think, what the fuck were you doing? That's what I think to myself. Like, what were you doing? That's what I think when I think back to my first marriage, because, you know, I was just like, what the hell were you doing, you idiot? Sometimes, though, you have to go through those moments in life, don't you? You go through life and you realize, fuck you know, like, why were you even... Again, I don't mean this to sound this way. Why were you with that person? Why did you do that thing? When, you know, it's just daft. Do you know what I mean? But sometimes you need the hindsight later on in life to go, you know. Or sometimes you need that that comparison later in life to go, yeah, I was, you know, what was I doing? Hindsight. And all that. That's not a negative towards anyone, I think. I think just going slightly off topic, I think sometimes just two people just aren't right for each other. And sometimes it takes you a while to realize that, and two people just aren't right. And then sometimes you meet someone and it's just obvious that you've got a connection, you know? It's just the way it is. And you can look back now sometimes you can look back, and I did do in the early days, and realize, you know, all the signs were there. And, you know, it was obvious that this was a bad idea, but you don't necessarily see that at the time, but then you see it afterwards, you know. And that's in a lot of walks of life, not just relationships, but, you know, work and all sorts. It's easy to look back. Not as easy to look at and examine a moment in time when you're living it. Well, as humans, we just learn every day, don't we? Really, every day is a learning experience in one way or another. Yeah, people change. Yeah. People change. You can grow apart. That's true. I like Zhou Guanyu, but I'm not sure how much I rate him as a driver. I haven't decided on that yet. I do like him. So Sargent's the only one that hasn't run in the car today. Every other team have ran both drivers today. Yeah, he's a decent midfield driver, but I'm not sure... I'm not sure how good he is. Who do I think that can end Max's era on the grid? Well, obviously, depending on cars, I think his best challenge is either Norris or Leclerc. I say that, even though I believe Hamilton can win again with the right car, but I'm talking now about moving on from the Max Verstappen era. I think we've got to look at other drivers who can come up and do that. I think Norris and Leclerc are the two maybe that could, you know, start winning championships if they're given the right car. I mean, the hope is that at least one of these teams is close to Red Bull. you know. I think people are thinking it's Ferrari at the minute, but the question is how close. Yeah, Piastri. I'm actually really interested to see what Piastri is going to be like this season. I would like to see him compete with Lando a little bit more in race pace. I don't think he was there last year. He had little signs here and there, but he wasn't quite on Lando's pace in the race. So I'd like to see him improve that, and hopefully we will see that this year. Well, yeah, Piastri was highly rated, and I still rate him really highly, but he didn't outshine Lando last year, did he? Like, in race pace, he was actually quite a bit off Lando in a lot of races. And it just goes to show you how good Lando actually is. And so we'll see, won't we? We'll see. So I'm looking for Piastri to make some improvements. You know, he's had a couple of years now, so get on with it. My concern with Charles Leclerc is the same concern I imagine most people have. I feel like Charles is a very quick driver, but he's still in that era of making mistakes. He's when you watch Max, right, in the lead of a race, do you ever think that there's a chance he could just make a mistake and screw it up? I don't. Whereas when you are watching Charles Leclerc, like in 2022, when he's in the lead of a race, he's still got mistakes in him, hasn't he? And I'm still not sure he's got all of those out, and he's still got that composure like Max has to under pressure. I'm not sure yet. Well, obviously strategy and other things, and whether things can throw up other reasons that would give other teams an opportunity to win races. So I do think other people will win races this year. I hope so. I mean, how many races did they win last year? Was it 21 out of 23 or 20 out of 23, something like that? We don't want that again, do we? Yeah, Max can just do a loop-de-loop and still win. I mean, listen, Charles... Was it 22 out of 23? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, no. Red Bull won 22 out of 23 races and Max won 20 out of 23. That's right, isn't it? Because Perez won 2. Sainz won 1, Perez won 2, Max won 20. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, but you're right. It was Red Bull, yeah. Well, if I'm being 100% honest on Alonso, I can't really judge where that Aston Martin is. Does anyone know where? Has anyone seen that car and gone, do you know what? I just don't know. I don't know if McLaren or Aston Martin are ahead of each other. I don't know. I'll tell you this, if Alonso's got the opportunity to win a race, he's still got it in him. We saw that last year. He's still got the speed. He's still got the race management. He certainly hasn't lost that. So he can, whether he will or not, well... Yeah, the battle with Perez, yeah. He mugged Perez off a little bit though, didn't he? Yeah, so Max won 19. Did Checo win 3 then? Was there 23 races or 22? Ended up happening. China didn't happen, and Imola didn't happen. So there was 22 races last season, wasn't there? Yeah, so Max won 19, Perez won 2, and Sainz won 1, and there was 22 races max because of Imola and China, presumably. Because it was meant to be 24. Yeah, so Checo won 2, Max won 19, that takes us to 21, Sainz won 1, that's 22. Yeah, that's right. I don't remember, someone can jog my memory. I don't remember Perez coming anywhere near close to winning a race after Baku. Did he? I don't really remember. Yeah, because he struggled for so long to make it into Q3, and then he went on a run. I can't remember how long the run was. Wasn't it like 6 or 7 races where he didn't make it into Q3? And it was like getting to be a real thing, which is crazy because this came off the back of him having some really good results and a couple of wins. And then most of his races were coming through the pack. And then, yeah, in Miami, he started ahead of Max in Miami and still lost, didn't he? Classic. Yeah. I don't even mean this as hate. Perez could start on first and Max could start last, and I still wouldn't have confidence that Perez could win the race. Like, if Max was last and Checo was first, I still wouldn't have confidence that Checo could win. I wouldn't put money on it. I wouldn't put money on it. I remember after Saudi and Baku, though, I was positive because Saudi, Max was trying to catch him and he couldn't. And Perez was holding his own. And I actually thought, whoa, we've got a season on our hands here. And then he won at Baku, and I'm like, do you know what? This is really, really good. And then he fell apart. So the conspiracy is Red Bull started turning his engine down, obviously, because they saw he was competing with Max, and Max went to Marco and said, I'm not happy about this. And they went, don't worry, we're going to put his engine down to 80% for the rest of the season. He's like, good, 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 because I need that. I don't want to be mugged off by Perez. And that's what happened. Now, that's what happened, isn't it? They haven't. No, they haven't. They're not using the design concept for Mercedes necessarily. But there's a few elements on the car, the engine covers that look like Mercedes from last year, but it's not a Mercedes copy or anything. Right, gonna whack the kettle on. I've had too much caffeine today, though. I think it's chamomile tea for me and a water. Be right back.
Pre-subscription received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Oi, oi, oi. Right. My Mueller, thank you very much for the 58 months. I've got a chamomile tea. I'm trying to reduce the caffeine. No, not really, Tubbo. Nothing mad's happened. What's the Lego George Russell car? Charles Leclerc again. But he's on the C4 tyres again. Red Bull don't have C4 tyres. Charles Leclerc goes a little bit quicker. Red Bull don't have the C4 tyres though, so... Alonso purple first sector, and then down in the second. I tell you what, that Aston Martin looked pretty handy as well. That Ferrari looks pretty decent. Let's hear what Fred Vasseur says. I'm just listening to him. That's the biggest thing for Ferrari. The car's more drivable, easier to drive. And that's the same for Mercedes as well.
Incoming.
I don't know. Oh, bloop. What? I don't know. What the hell is bloop? Are you coming in with new bants for me, guys, and I just don't know. Thank you, Adam. You're gonna have to enlighten me what the bloop is. What is? Well, explain it to me. Explain bloop to a 5-year-old. This isn't anything to do with that card game Adam was going on about.
Free subscription received. Apparently you were doing something right, Captain.
Vasseur is confident Red Bull is ahead.
Hello, they're happy. Blooping.
Thoughts on Leclerc versus Hamilton in 2015? I honestly, dude, I'm just focusing on 2024. I'll get to 2025, and once this season's over, I'll start thinking about Hamilton and Leclerc. I just want to see how both of them do this season, and then I haven't got enough space in my brain to be contemplating 2025 as well as digesting 2024. You've no idea what Plinko or Peggle is? Is that a... No. Saul, thank you for the follow. No, I know what Peggle is. No, I know what... I'm joking about Peggle. I was making a joke, but... Peggle sounds like something else, you know? But I backed out of it. Who's getting the constructors this year? Red Bull. Well, because Leclerc put on soft tyres and Verstappen doesn't have any soft tyres. That's why Leclerc is leading. Max will be leading soon enough, don't you worry. He'll turn the engine mode up and Max is out on a... I'm not sure if that's a new set of mediums. Nah, this isn't a fast lap for Max. It's a fuel lap. Red Bull are definitely winning constructors this year. I don't see any other team winning it. Although, I say that, but Perez has to up his game, doesn't he? We haven't really seen the true pace of the Red Bull yet. I don't think. It's going to be scary good. Like, when they just unleash it, it's just going to be a roar heard in the clouds like Thor. Like a crackling come down. It'll be like Concorde. Vroom. Gone. Sky will have to develop a new TV camera just to pick up the car on the TV screens. Have to pick up a like 1000 FPS camera just so we can get a snapshot of it. It'll be so fast. Charles Leclerc's back in the garage, out of the car. It's jacked right up. Plan F, Plan F. I don't think that really happens very often, Jester. Just simply because the best teams tend to have the best drivers. But in theory, if you look at this objectively, right? We talked about this. If Max wasn't in that Red Bull last year, and it was 2 Perez's, you wouldn't think it was a great car, would you? You'd know it was a good car, but you wouldn't think it was the rocket ship that it is. Because Perez wasn't getting anywhere near as much out of it. And so, I suppose to answer your question, there's a possibility that that's happened before and we just don't know that the car was as good as it was. But it's a mixture of the driver and a good driver being able to get more out of a car that's already good, if that makes sense. The car is the best car, or was last year. It's just that Max was able to extract its actual performance, whereas Perez wasn't. Yeah, Thorn. Maybe. Checo. There's two big things I'm interested in. Obviously, the performance of all the cars relative. We're obviously all interested in that. I'm very much interested to see how Piastri does this season. But I'm also really interested to see how Perez gets on. What I've seen in testing so far tells me that he isn't as comfortable in that car as Max. He's not extracting the pace out of it that Max has so far. And so that's probably similar to what we saw last year. And so I'm really interested to see how he performs. I think he's going to need a strong start to the year. And so we'll see if he gets that or not. Well, all right, let's talk about that. We may as well talk about it. Mert, thank you for the sub, by the way. Let's say Perez... Let's just say Perez doesn't have a good start to the season and Red Bull start thinking about replacing him. I think we talked a little bit about this on day one. Who would you put in that car? Would you go for someone like Albon? Would you go for Danny Rick? Would you... I don't think Yuki would ever go. I don't think they put Yuki in there. I've already ruled Yuki out in my head. Sainz, but at that point you wouldn't be able to put Sainz in because he'd be with Ferrari. You can't put Sainz in mid-season, can you? You can't just take one of the Ferrari drivers mid-season. They're not going to allow that to happen. I think Sainz could potentially be a good second driver as a full replacement. Maybe you stick Liam Lawson in there for half a season and then put Sainz in at the end. Like, I mean, that's possible. Not necessarily. It's not very often that teams put their test drivers in the car. It's actually not that often, you know. It's weird. Maybe Liam Lawson. Chuck Liam Lawson in there Imagine, though, how rough that would be going mid-season against Max in a car he's been racing with for 12 races. I mean, that'd be savage, wouldn't it? But let's not focus too much on that because we don't want to be talking too negatively about Perez's downfall. But not to put too big a point on it, I do think Perez needs a good start to the season. And so I hope for his sake he gets it because I don't think he can have another season like he did last year where he's missing out on Q3 regularly. So hopefully for him. It's Christian Horner on the pit wall on his own. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to speak with you again. Listen, right? Nobody in Red Bull expects Perez to be beating Max. They just want him to be closer. They don't really care how far he is behind Max. Max is their lead guy, let's be honest. They just want him to be beating everyone else. And that's what he needs to do. If he could pick up the pace in quali and start, starting second and third on the grid. But he was missing out on Q1 last year, on Q3, and that's not good enough. I think Drugovic is Aston Martin test driver, though. I mean, they'd have to prize him away. Yeah, but he only got second right at the end. Yeah, Friday CS later, Red. Once testing's over, I'm going to take a break for a few hours. And then I'll be back at like 7 o'clock. Thorn, thank you very much for the YouTube sub as well. I appreciate it, man. So I'll be back on Twitch 7, half 7, something like that. Maybe 8. We'll see how I get on. Go have something to eat. See you, Red. Bye. I don't understand what you're talking about, Thorn. It would be hysterical if they put Bottas in place of Sergio and then he beats Lewis. Well, would that be hysterical? Putting Bottas in the best car in the grid, of course he would beat Lewis. Wait, would that be hysterical? I don't think it would be, would it? Well, I tell you what, that'll be a season of Drive to Survive next year if Lewis does do well in a Ferrari. They'll be all over that this year doing interviews about it, ready for next season, you better believe it. Well, there is changes coming to Sauber because of the whole Audi thing, so they might have a driver swap at the end of this year. Peter, no, is currently not here. Yeah, but they were in like-for-like cars then, Thorn. You're not saying they're in like-for-like cars. You're saying if you put Bottas in a car that's superior to Mercedes' car and then he beat Lewis, that would be funny. Well, it wouldn't be. It would be expected, wouldn't it? If you put most of these top drivers in that Red Bull, you would expect that they would be, toward the front. I'm not sure if I rate Bottas as better than Perez, though. Who would you rate higher, Bottas or Perez? Who's better? I think I'd say Bottas, I think I would say Bottas is a better driver than Perez. I don't think it's massive, but... Bottas didn't struggle in that Mercedes as much as Perez has struggled in the Red Bull. Obviously, different cars, different eras, different teammates. I accept that it's not like for like. So I appreciate that it's not like for like, but, Jolien's Power Hour. Bottas and Perez in the same car, yeah. George Russell's still looking a little bit loose on the rear of that Mercedes. I know this is going to start a debate that I don't really want to start, but if we're being entirely honest, and I'm not taking anything away from Max because I've just spent the past hour saying how good I think Max is. Max hasn't really had a teammate that's been given enough opportunity or has been like quality, has he? Gasly, Albon were not given enough time to bed in at all. He's got Perez. The one teammate that really challenged him was Ricciardo. He was the only teammate that really challenged him. It's up for debate how good we think Gasly, Albon, and Perez are, but I don't think that Gasly and Albon were given enough time in that Red Bull. Other drivers like Alonso, or we'll use Lewis as an example, teammates like Button, Alonso, Rosberg, Bottas, you could argue his teammates have been of a better caliber than Max's. That's not to say Max's ability is any less. That's not what I'm saying. But he's had teammates that have been taking points off him, whereas Max predominantly hasn't had that. And you could say, well, that's because Max is just that good. And I'm not saying that that's not the case either. So there's two ways you can look at it. Two ways you can look at it. If you put Antonio Giovinazzi in that Red Bull, I believe he does well in it. I mean, he's been doing well in WEC. He won Le Mans recently. If you put Nikita Mazepin in it, he'll put it in a wall. But if you put Giovinazzi in it, I would expect him to be toward the front. Would he be better than Perez? I don't know. I don't think Giovinazzi would beat Max or anything, but who is this? When Max has won the title, they just... Oh, it's doing. Maybe we Red Bull go, hey, we're just going to put Mazepin in the car for one race, just for a lol. Interesting from Williams, they said that the reason they took the old gearbox and suspension from Mercedes, it allowed them to start developing the car 4 months earlier, because obviously they already had the specification of the old gearbox and suspension. I guess they were waiting for the finalized versions from Mercedes, so by using the old version, it allowed them to design the car a little bit earlier, and they felt that was more beneficial in lap time than the new parts would have given them. Which makes sense, I suppose. So they believed that starting the development earlier showed they could make twice as much time up in aero. So I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? We're within 2 hours of the end of testing now. Yeah, you can put yourself at a disadvantage. We were talking about this, though. The disadvantage for Mercedes is they brunt the cost of any changes. So if they want to develop their gearbox and their suspension, they have to... That's in their cost cap. But if a customer team buys it, they don't have the cost of developing it. But at the same time, there's limitations, because not only do they have to go with a specification that was designed for them, which might not be what they want or doesn't work with their design. But there is a compromise in terms of they need to wait for that finalized version of the gearbox and the suspension so that they can then design stuff around it. So it's all the game, isn't it? Which I think is why McLaren build their own gearbox and suspension. They get the engine won't change very much because it can't at the minute, and they can design their own suspension and gearbox, and therefore they don't have to wait for Mercedes specs to come through. And I think that makes quite a big difference probably for them. That is true, what you're saying there. Alonso prefers a strong rear and Max prefers a front end, which is true. Max likes a darty front end with a loose rear, and so that is the opposite of Alonso. So it'd be hard to balance a car for both of them. I think there's always a possibility that Max could leave Red Bull at some point, but he isn't going to leave anytime soon. Obviously, he's going to be there until 2026. If something changed in 2026 and someone made him an offer and he thought he could win with them, I don't think he would say no. I don't know. I can't really see Max at another team other than Red Bull, if I'm being honest, but... Here's the question. Here's the question, though, Shock. Would you rather have a loose rear or a pointy front? You certainly don't want a pointy front and a loose rear. That'll be a nightmare on the toilet. The new engine regulations are coming in 2026, in fairness. So in 2026, the engines are new because they are going to 100% sustainable fuel in 2026. So the engines are having a big overhaul in 26. Until 26, you can't make any changes to the engine apart from reliability. But they can improve reliability that in turn then allows them to push the engines further, or, you know, software that allows them to get more out of an engine. So there is ways of improving the performance of the engine without changing the parts. Yeah, pointy front, yeah. If you went out with a pointy front, though, you'd get a lot of looks, wouldn't you? No, it'll be the same in 26. Once you've got the engine in 26, it'll be locked in. There'll be a certain point before the 26 season where I think it will be... Oh, what's the word? It'll go into... where it's locked down. I can't think of the word now, but it'll go into... I can't think what it's called. Yeah, that's it. Homologation. If it'll go into homologation, and then it'll be, yeah, no changes. Well, yeah. That's the other important thing to remember in 2026. Red Bull have partnered with Ford. 2026 will see the introduction of Ford as the engine partner of Honda. as the engine partner of Red Bull, Honda are actually going to Aston Martin. So in 2026, Aston Martin will be powered by Honda and Red Bull will be powered by Ford. Now, they could make the perfect engine and dominate the sport, or they might not make the best engine. Just don't know. Oh, podium next week. Oh, I don't know. I'm not willing to say yet. I'm not willing to say. Well, it is. It's Red Bull's own engine program, but it's partnered with Ford. So it's. I think it's going to be I don't know if it's going to be branded as a Red Bull engine or it's going to be branded as a Ford engine. Presumably, it's going to be branded as a Ford. I believe. I wonder if they've just copied the Honda engine, though. Surely they're not allowed to do that. Right. They've had this. They've got these engines all around from Honda. Have they just gone, well, let's just copy it. Call it our own. Obviously, I know that's not allowed, but who's gonna stop them, eh? Hmm. I'm just seeing. Hmm. No, all joking aside, they wouldn't be able to copy. But what I'm getting at, without copying, joking aside, you can't unlearn the knowledge you have, can you? They've been installing those engines for years. You can't unlearn all of that knowledge of what Honda were doing when you're designing your own engine, can you? You can't unlearn it. So you know, if you see someone shows you something or you're using something like whatever it might be, and someone says, right, you've got to design your own now. I appreciate it might not be a one-to-one, replica, but you might take some inspiration from it because that's what you've known. So, a lot of consistent lap times from Max Verstappen. Well, yeah. If you've got people involved in the engine process, you know, and then they're designing an engine, it'd be so hard to not. Leclerc set his fastest time as well on the C5 tyre. I thought it was on the C4, but it was actually the C5. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, McLaren have been weird this testing. I was expecting a lot more from them. You know, Piastri's up there in third at the minute. Lando only got 20 laps this morning. So I don't know what to read of McLaren. I really don't. I don't have any concept of where they are. Look at all these commentators swapping up. I'm not swapping. I'm looking forward to Anthony Davidson. I await him. No red flags today. Actually, that's a lie. No red flags this afternoon. There was a red flag this morning with the drain cover, but no red flags since the drain cover incident. Hmm. Aston Martin is a team I'm really, really interested in seeing where they're at because I just don't know. And McLaren, I just don't know where they're at. And I just don't know. Like, I feel like Aston Martin haven't really been doing like long runs. Um, Anything but long runs. Sorry. Hmm. Who's done the most laps today? Yeah, Albon. Almost hitting 100 laps at 98. Hmm. It's amazing how much they need to still test all the systems and the start systems. Like, they're all doing practice starts. Russell was doing practice starts off the grid, but not many other people were. Russell was there. Hmm. Yeah, I think Charles Leclerc's doing another race run. Well, long run, race run, whatever you want to call it. It's now 20. Practice was meant to finish at 4 local time. 4 UK time, 7 local time. So we've got a little bit more than that. I think they added a little bit of time on. Presumably they're going to do that safety car test again. Maybe. And the red flag and yellow flag test and all that jazz. I think we're going to see long runs now, and then maybe in the last hour, 45 minutes, we might see some quicker runs if we're lucky. Yeah. I agree with this, what Jolyon Palmer's saying. There's no point in sandbagging. I don't get it. It's nothing like that, man. I think people forget, like... I think people just forget that this is how it works. People are using Mercedes as an example, saying Mercedes dropped the ball. Mercedes made a bad car in 2022, but that isn't the whole story. Red Bull made a good one. This happens all across history. Ferrari winning how many world championships with Michael Schumacher? Then someone else took over. Red Bull start winning championships. Then, I don't know if we remember, Red Bull didn't win a fucking thing for years, and Mercedes took over. Now it's Red Bull again. And all everyone thinks of is, oh, how is this good team not good anymore? Because this is just the ebb and flow of Formula One. Teams do a better job. And unfortunately for Mercedes, they went down a route in 2022. And because of the cost cap, it's really hard to get back out of it because they can't just spend to fix it. And while you're trying to fix your problem, Red Bull, who made a good start in 22, just keep going further ahead. It's just the way it is. You know, it's just the nature of Formula One. Just like McLaren once upon a time dominated, but now they don't. Just like Ferrari once upon a time dominated, but now they don't. Mercedes don't dominate anymore. Williams once upon a time were winning world championships, you know. There'll be a time soon where Red Bull don't win. If Red Bull don't get their engine right in 2026, they might not win. And then you'll be saying, oh, what's happened to Red Bull? Why is Red Bull one of the most dominant teams? Not, you know, it's just about who does a better job, isn't it? It's just... Right now, it's Red Bull and Adrian Newey. Well, that's also the problem, buddy, and you're absolutely right. The cost cap was meant to mean that teams at the bottom would have a chance. But as we've seen, teams like Haas, Williams, they haven't been making progress through the field, have they? And then the problem is with the cost cap is, as you've said, if teams are behind, they can't catch up. It's not just the cost cap, though, because there's a limited CFD runs, there's limited... you know, all the rest of it, but they can't throw money to fix issues. And Mercedes is still recovering from 2022. So, you know, potentially you make a mistake one year, it takes years to fix it. I mean, this is just a high fuel run on a hard tire for Max. He's not. You could tell he's lifting and coasting most of the way. People still use pen and paper in 2024? Wild. Well, because the car is the constructor, John. The car is the constructor. That's to say that was the best car. That was the winning car. That's what the constructor is. Because let's say the Aston Martin's the best car. If they win the constructors, that is them saying that's the best car. That's exactly what the constructors is, what you just said. That is the cars championship, basically. The team championship, but it's still the car, isn't it? Because that team has made that car. So it's a team championship, but it's the, it's to say that we've got, our car was the best. Well, yeah. If you've got two terrible drivers, not only are they not going to win the Drivers' Championship, they're not going to win the Constructors. But in which case, you don't know if you've got a good car anyway. How do you award someone with best car? Because you don't know how good the car is until someone's raced it. Do you? It's impossible. You can't know. If you put me in that Aston Martin and you put Max in the Aston Martin, he's going to win and I'm not. But there's no way of knowing if it's a good car unless no one's driven it. The only effective way of knowing how good that car is by having a Constructors' Championship. It's the only way. But if your drivers are bad, then yeah, you won't get any points, will you? Because the car's about being fast. It's about being reliable as well, though. Well, no, you don't. You don't know how good a car is. I mean, in reality, you don't. Well, prime example is the Red Bull and Perez. That car, in Max's hands, you see how good it is. But in Perez's hands, you don't appreciate how good the car is because he's not getting the most out of it, but Max is. So this is why it's a team championship, because yes, you need the best drivers, but you also need the best car. You can't be the world champion without a good car, and you can't win the team championship without a good driver. It's an ebb and flow. Yeah, but I don't think they'll do that, Bunny, because the current rules dictate that you can have certain elements off other teams. The allowable parts. I can't remember what the name is now. like suspension and things like that. And then you have certain parts that are given by the FIA, like the control units and blah, 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 blah. The one thing that every team has to design 100% in-house themselves is aero. You can't take any aero parts off any other team, and that is, you know, you can take engines, gearboxes, suspension, but they want every team to be designing their own aero. So I don't think they'll ever change that to allow teams to take aero parts. And the floor on these cars is the most important aero part. Combine that with the fact that you wouldn't just be able to take the floor off Red Bull and put it on another car, because the suspension, the engine, the gearbox, it all fits around the floor. And so it just, sadly, while in principle I like your idea, it's not feasible. Well, no, exactly, John. Whenever someone dominates, they always say it's the best car, okay? But we know that Red Bull is one of the best cars. We know, we can see it because he's miles ahead. But likewise, Max is the best driver. And so it's a knock-on effect. And when Mercedes were winning, we knew that car was the best because it was, you know, an absolute bullet train, wasn't it? But Hamilton was getting the most out of it, so, you know. Yeah, it all comes down to it. You know, it all comes down to the driver, team. It's all as a group. Absolutely. Absolutely. That Mercedes is right on the ground. Absolutely smashing off the ground. Alpine seem a little bit happier than I would have said they'd be, because to me the car looks terrible, but they seem fairly chirpy about it, so that's interesting. I find that particularly interesting. Well, the porpoising is gone now. No team has porpoising. Bouncing is slightly different because the surface of the track is quite bouncy, and some of the cars are quite stiff. There isn't any porpoising anymore. You will see some bouncing, but that's not the same. Like Mercedes is bouncing a little bit on the bumps, but the porpoising is pretty much gone now for all the teams. So it's not much of an issue anymore. Pretty good lap this for Yuki Tsunoda. Very neat lap from Yuki. As we head very much into the nighttime setting now, with all the cars looking nice on track. 1.1 seconds down on the C3 tyre currently. I wonder if Russell's going to get out on some soft tyres at some point. Well, I hope they will, Dan. Literally, as you said that, I was just wondering if Russell would go out on some soft tyres. They do have some more C4 and C5 tyres, so I'm expecting Russell to go out on it at some point. As to whether they'll max the car out, though, I don't know. I hope so. I hope we start seeing some more drops in the lap times. I'd really like to see us get under the pole time. The pole time last year here was 29.7. I would like to see us break the pole time in the tests. Now, bearing in mind the soft tyres aren't at the Bahrain Grand Prix, so if someone did it on a soft tyre, it's not quite the same, but... George Russell's fighting a Ferrari. Oh, baby. And is that the only time we're going to see a Mercedes overtake a Ferrari this season? No, Ricciardo pretty much only did long runs on the C1 tyre. I wouldn't read anything into that, into Ricciardo's time. Charles must be on high fuel. Yeah, Albon's cleared 100 laps. He's on 106, doing good work. He's the only one that's been in the car all day for their team, though everyone else has done a driver swap. Yeah, Haas have quietly been getting on with it, haven't they? They've quietly been getting on with it. Hard tires for Fernando. So, yeah, that's going wide at turn 4 is definitely going to be dealt with during the weekend. Alonso's C3 race simulation, 37.6, 37.5, 38, 37.8, 37.6, 37.8, 37.7, blah, blah, blah. Mostly 37s. Max's stint on the C3 was 37.7, 37.5, 37.4, 37.2, 37.1, 37.1, 37.2, 37.1, 37.1, 37.0, 37.1. Very, very, very consistent. Low 37s pretty much the entire time. He just had a period of 37.1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 0, 1, 2. Like, that is ultra consistent. Alonso, on the other hand, was mid 37s to high 37s. Piastri was in the 38s, mid 38s. Interesting. Drain covers are set to be filled in with concrete for next week's race in Bahrain. I mean, it's not an ideal solution, is it? It's still meant to be a drain, right? Like, surely. I'm not sure about the McLaren. The Aston Martin times look really good. Russell's been on those tyres for 6 laps now. Charles Leclerc's been on his for 17. He's doing 35s at the minute, George Russell. So he must be on lower fuel. Max is on the hard tyres at the minute. I think he's on the C5s, actually. And before Max waited for George Russell just so he could overtake a Mercedes. It's amazing how fit these drivers are, though, to do like 30 laps, 40 laps. You know, they're doing a race distance. A race distance is 52, but some of these guys, like yesterday, and we saw, you know, Alonso, Max did 144 laps in a day. 3 race distances, basically. It just shows you how fit they are. Sauber do like a glory run. We were talking about this. We were talking about this when from 2022, no, 20 last year when Zhou Guanyu just did he topped the times on one day, didn't he? Hmm. I agree with Anthony Davidson. None of this situation here is going to change. Like, people sandbagging and not going, like, it doesn't make any sense, because if someone just goes fast, it doesn't change anything. Like, I don't know what the point to hiding your pace is. There is no point anymore. Pointless. It must be tiring for the drivers. Like, it must be doing all those laps. I'm tired just watching them. Right. Charles Leclerc, he's on the hard tyre. Pretty decent laps from him. Looking solid. Do I think Merc has a chance for a podium next weekend? No. I don't know, but my gut instinct is telling me no. My gut instinct is saying no. I hope I'm wrong. P6 for Yuki. What time did Leclerc just do across the line? Actually, sure. 36.3. I think Russell pitted. Well, we don't know if Lewis has made the right choice yet. For a couple of reasons. One, we don't really know where Ferrari are. Two, it doesn't matter if you're second or third. You're still not first. And we still think Red Bull are first. And we don't know, again, even if Ferrari were quick this year and Mercedes was slow, we don't know what would happen next year. It could be the opposite way around. So we won't know if he's made the right decision until we hit qualifying in Bahrain in 2025. Well, actually, it's not going to be Bahrain. It's going to be Australia's the first race in 2025, I think. Yeah, I believe, because they were talking about it earlier, because of Ramadan and when they need to hold the races now, I think they're going back to Australia as the first race in 2025, which would mean they'd have to alter what they're doing for testing, because you're not going to fly out to Bahrain to test, are you? Then fly home and then go to Australia, surely. You're not going to test in Australia, are you? So, I don't know. Not going to test on a street circuit a week before the race. So, I don't know what they're going to do for testing. Might go back to Spain for a year. Paul Ricard. So, we've got about 45 minutes left. I know there's 54 minutes on the time, but I think they're doing another They're doing another safety car test, so that'll end the testing. I haven't watched Drive to Survive yet, and I'm not sure that I will. I've been streaming all day, so I haven't seen it, but I'm not even sure I'll bother watching it. I've seen a couple of clips, and I'm just like, it's just, the dramatization is a little bit too much for me. I might watch it. If I've got a bit of time, I might watch it just for the behind-the-scenes stuff, but it's just terrible. There was a clip we were sharing earlier of, there was a race starting the start of the season. It's Bahrain. And Lance Stroll is getting a radio message saying, oh, George Russell's struggling ahead of you. And it's literally a clip of the start of the race. But they've taken a radio message. Oh, my God. They just manufacture drama by putting, taking radio messages and putting them in where they don't belong. And it's a little bit much now. It's a little bit much. They've faked a load of stuff across the board. They've falsified drama between Lando and other people by taking radio messages out of context and making them into like a storyline that didn't exist. They're putting radio messages with footage when it was not only from a different point in a race, it was from a different race entirely. And they were manufacturing stuff like really badly. A couple of drivers, Max refused to do Drive to Survive, and so did Lewis at one point. And then I believe they were told, FIA or Formula One went to Drive to Survive and said to them, we need you to reduce this. And I think some of the drivers accepted. I think, because obviously Lewis is featured a little bit on Drive to Survive this year. I'm not sure about Max. But at one point, Max did refuse to do Drive to Survive. But if someone's new to the sport, they won't know that that's all faked. They won't know. There's no way to know, is there? And maybe they don't care, and that's fine. That's also fine. It's just... they don't need to make this fake drama. That's the frustrating thing. They can show Formula One off with the behind the scenes in a good way with interesting races, and they can do nice edits of the races and still make it entertaining. Well, maybe not last season, because last season was boring. They don't need to manufacture all this radio messages and stuff. It's just... But they do. And you're not going to change that. They're going to carry on doing it. No, I'm not, and that's true, Papaya. I'm not the target audience for Drive to Survive, and like I say, that's fine. It's a way of bringing people into the sport. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, they don't need to fake things to bring people into the sport. Like, they're manufacturing conversations that never happened. That isn't good for new people to the sport either. Bringing people into the sport thinking all these feuds exist and stuff isn't good, because if someone starts watching Formula One, it's like, hold on, they'll see through it. But for what it is, I understand why it exists, and you're absolutely right. It's not for me. It's for people who've never seen Formula One, ultimately, and they're trying to get into the sport. That's who it's for. So I accept that. And so, you know, you've got to take Drive to Survive for what it is. If you're a diehard Formula One fan, you watch all the races, you're up to date, you know, you pay attention to social media, and you know who all the bloody people who run the teams are and stuff, and you know all this. Like, I'm not saying I know everything, but I keep, you know, fairly up to date with it all. Then Drive to Survive can just be a frustrating thing, and you just got to go into it with that mindset. I might watch it at some point just to see the behind the scenes sort of things, but yes, it's not designed for me. And that's fine, you know. But I really like the behind the scenes, so it's a shame that the rest of it is so falsified. To me, that's a shame. Also, there is one other problem with Drive to Survive. I can't really stand Will Buxton. And that is a problem because he's centre stage in Drive to Survive, and that irritates me. So there is that as well. I don't know what you guys are like with Will Buxton. Maybe I'm being harsh. Yeah, maybe that's harsh. I don't know. It's just Will Buxton. I'm sure he's a lovely chap. George on a fresh set of C3 tyres. No, not that I've seen. I haven't seen either of them do any laps. Sonoda's out on the C4 tyres as well. Six-tenths down. I actually don't know. He did quite a few laps on that tyre though, so I wonder if he had a fair bit of fuel in it. I'm not sure. Sonoda jumps ahead on the C4 tyres. Russell was 2 tenths slower than Verstappen's time on the same set of tyres, but again, we don't know all the details on fuel and engines and all that jazz. So we don't know the relative, you know, performance, but Ted's in the pit lane. Oh, the Red Bull front panel. And the wing. Ferrari engine might be illegal. What rumors are these? Where are you getting those rumors from? I've not seen anything. A little vanity plate in the front of the Red Bull wing. Yeah, but where are you getting that information from? You're saying there's a rumor Ferrari's engine might be illegal. I've seen nothing on it. I've been watching all of testing. I'm on social media. I've not seen anything that would imply that it's been legal. No one's talked about it. No one's mentioned it. I can only assume that that is false information that you're spreading, unless you can give any information as to where you're getting that from. Which I assume you're not going to provide me. But if you can provide that information, I'm happy to talk about it. Some other streams are talking about it. You just wanted to get my opinion. Well, I'm happy to talk about it, but I'm not going to talk about it unless there's any sort of evidence. If someone in a stream has just gone, the Ferrari engine's illegal with no reason for it, then I'm not really going to dignify that, to be honest, because there's no reason to suggest it's illegal from what I've seen and heard. I haven't heard any rumblings that there's any sort of illegality there. So unless I'm provided with anything else, any sort of information to change that mindset, I'm not really gonna embrace it, to tell you the truth. Well, the Ferrari engine in 2018, I think it was 2018, was illegal, but I've not seen anything about it, so possibly. What? You can't say the Ferrari engine might be illegal. Then when someone says, "You sure that wasn't from a few years ago?" and you go, "Possibly." Why are you going around streams saying that the Ferrari engine is illegal? What? It might have been 2019. Was it 2019? 2018, 2019? Yeah, it was somewhere around there when obviously Ferrari had their jet engine. And it was, it simply wasn't right, was it? Yeah, it was absolutely mad. That Ferrari was insane. The new sorry, let me just rewind. The new engine regulations are confirmed, yeah. There you go. 3 times the electrical power. It's entirely sustainable fuels as well. Less fuel used, and it's all sustainable. And changes to the battery deployment. It's a very significant change. Very quick lap times from Max on that C2 tire, by the way. One-tenth off in the first sector from Russell. Looks pretty tidy from Russell so far. Looks pretty well balanced there. Nah, bad second sector. So Russell had a worse second sector, but he did improve his lap time overall, I think. So he was half a second down on Leclerc, who was on a C5 tire. But I think if Max went out now on that same tire with the track evolution, he would have, done a much quicker time. Yeah, the energy system is going to be very interesting 2026. It's going to be very interesting with the new engines. You could have a situation like Mercedes in 2014 where whoever gets it right, the engine right, could be miles ahead. And it could be locked in for years. Fancy F1 lineup. I haven't done my fancy F1 yet, but I'm thinking Verstappen, Leclerc, although having those two together would be a big cost, so you probably couldn't. I'm thinking Daniel Ricciardo. I'd have Daniel Ricciardo, Verstappen, maybe Piastri, because he might be cheaper than Norris. I think Alonso would be too expensive, wouldn't he? I think I'd have Ricciardo. Maybe Piastri. I mean, Verstappen's a given, isn't it? I'm not sure beyond that. Just grab a water, one sec. Ugh. Right. I'm hoping that when he's talking about the Alpine, he's talking about like the actual design rather than the livery. I don't think the car looks good. Like, even if you take away the livery, I don't think it looks good though. Yuki Tsunoda might be someone good to have in your fantasy team. Yeah, it does look heavy, doesn't it? The Alpine just looks heavy. I know that's weird, but it doesn't look sleek, does it? He is prone to a crash. Yeah. You're right. He doesn't have the great mental. But I don't know how well Daniel Ricciardo is going to do. I don't know. You just don't know, do you? But yeah, no, you're right. The reason that car looks so big is because of the fat front nose. It's got such a fat nose on it. So, George Russell back out on a fresh set of tyres. I tell you what, I'm going to be terrible at Counter-Strike tonight. My brain's frazzled. I'm going to be so bad at CS. I'm not going to start tonight's stream until about 7:30, I think. 8 o'clock. And then we'll go straight into a spot of CS, I think. I'll try and assemble a crack team. Yeah, that seems like a pretty good list. Wait, Kevin? Kevin? I wouldn't have Stroll in my list. Oh, Magnussen. Sorry, Kevin Magnussen. Sorry, I had a brain fade there. I was thinking Kevin. Oh yeah, Kevin Magnussen. Kevin. There's just something about that name. What team? What F1? I don't really follow a team, Obicon. I'm not someone that follows a team. I just follow drivers. Do you know when you just say a word or a name and you're like, Kevin? There's no one called Kevin. And then you're like, oh, actually, there is. Any of the Brits, really. I said this before. I've followed Hamilton a lot over the years because he's, you know, British, but Norris, Russell, Albon. Like to see any of them sort of doing well. Pretty much did the same lap times, 3 laps in a row for George. Purple last sector. He looked like he was really pushing there, though, George did. I think they're definitely down on Red Bull. Definitely down on Red Bull. And I think they're down on Ferrari as well. The problem is the commentators are saying there that it's saying yellow tires, but they're actually the hard. It's because the graphic on the screen is saying C2, but it's in yellow and it should be in white. I know that won't make sense to you unless you're watching the broadcast, but I think we've already got about 15 minutes of running left, and then they're going to do that safety car jazz again. The fact that George has been wheeled back into the garage tells me that was a low fuel run. I think that was a low fuel run from George. The guy's got Flovis paint all over his trousers. I'm not surprised. Verstappen's back out on the C2. Leclerc's C1 race simulation, like pretty consistent low 36s. It's really good. Hmm. Hmm. We got 21 minutes to go. We got 21 minutes to go. You let me know if you got pace to show. 21 minutes before we gotta go. Honestly, it doesn't look like any team I don't think is going to whack on the soft tires. I mean, Mercedes have got more soft tires, so I don't know why they're not using them. Hmm. Yeah, we haven't actually seen that many lockups today. What tyre's Russell going out on now? Just going back out. He's gone out on the softs. Okay, now Russell's just gone out on the soft tyres. I don't know if it's the C4 or the C5. I want to see what he does. Albon's on the softs and Tsunoda. Albon's on the C4s. It does look pretty decent, that Ferrari. The long runs do look pretty good. Bit wobbly through turn 2 and 3. It's going to run wide into turn 4. Yes. There's a stake on the right-hand side, but he's gone past that. A 10th down in sector 1. He's still 1.5 tenths off. And bearing in mind, Charles Leclerc did that run a while ago when track conditions weren't as good. Yes, he did it on the C5 tyre, Charles Leclerc, but still. 30.3, purple in the 3rd sector. Yeah, the Mercedes looks good, but I'm not sure if it's fast. I don't know what the difference between the C5 and C4. If I had to say, I would say about 3 tenths. But Charles Leclerc did his C5 run when the track was in worse condition. So they're probably pretty even. Now they're pulling out the safety cars and doing the safety car runs and all that jazz. So that's pretty much it now. Safety cars, virtual safety cars. There we go. Zhou Guan Yu. P3. Oh dear. Right. Thank you everyone for joining me. I appreciate it very much. To my YouTube friends, thank you very much for joining me over these past 3 days. I am planning to release a YouTube video tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. But thank you for joining me for testing. Like I say, I will have a video probably over the weekend of my thoughts from testing. So look out for that. But thank you, and I will see you next week for the start of the season. But thank you very much, YouTube. Bye. And yeah, Twitch. I will be back